Good morning. It's Wednesday, January 25th, 2023. I am calling the COGCC General Session meeting to order. The first thing we need to do to start the morning is a roll call of commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Ackerman.
Here.
Commissioner Bowe, Commissioner Cross,
Present.
Commissioner McGowan. Here. Commissioner Mesner,
Here.
Commissioner Oath, Commissioner Robbins. Mr. Chair, you have 4 out of 7 commissioners present.
Thank you. For the public's information, Chair Robbins is currently presenting in front of the House Energy and Environment Committee. He does intend to be back later this morning. And so our intent is to roll through the first few agenda items this morning and then recess the hearing until 10 a.m. and then complete the rest of the hearing agenda at that point. And so with that, the first item on our agenda is commissioner comments. Do commissioners have any comments they'd like to share this morning? Seeing none, the next item on our agenda is general public comment. I believe we have 2 public commenters. First on my list is Phil Doe. So if we want to elevate Mr. Doe to the panel, we can take 3 minutes for Mr. Doe's public comment this morning. Mr. Doe, I think you're elevated to the panel at this point. If you'd like to unmute yourself.
I got it.
We'll hear from you.
All right, sure. Let me correct that. Have to negotiate modernity here. This is my statement. It appears to us that the major cracks are showing in the COGCC's financial assurance program, even before that program is fully launched. This is a program Mr. Robbins has proclaimed the best in the West, if not in the entire galaxy. We turn to the COGCC's Form 3 Financial Assurance Plan for Noble Energy as proof in point. This document was received in your office in October last. Specifically, it certifies that Noble owns 2,119 wells, and the average daily production is about 75 BOE per well. As you know, this is an extremely important declaration for allows the corporation to receive the benefit of option 1, the lowest bonding rate under the COGCC's extremely ornate, if not opaque, procedures. In that document, Noble certifies it is entitled to a $6.3 million bond to cover the closing of all its wells. But here's where the pulse begins to quicken. Sometime over the recent Martin Luther King weekend, someone at your agency changed the total number of wells in Noble's certification from 2,119 to 4,064, so that it accurately reflects Noble's true ownership. Perhaps unknown to the employee making that change, it also causes Noble's bonding requirement to increase by perhaps 4 times or more, since they now find themselves under option 2. But wait, just the other day, about a week later, someone within your agency changed the document again, resurrecting the original 2,919 wells, thus once again, more than doubling the true average daily BOE production calculation. This, of course, also makes Noble once again eligible for the lowest bonding rate. It also makes it guilty of falsifying a government document. Is there any way to explain away what happens? What appears to be mindless tinkering by your staff? We don't know the penalty for a corporation falsifying an important government document, but we do question why Noble would even bother. Chevron, Noble's parent company, posted earnings of $10.8 billion alone for the third quarter on $64 billion of operating revenue. Noble's annual premium for a $6 million bond obligation under option 1 might be somewhere between $60,000 and $120,000, according to testimony given during last year's rulemaking. But even under option 2, these costs would still be in the $240,000 to $480,000 range. Why upset their own gilded apple cart when they also know that closing all of their wells would cost a minimum of $285 million? This means most of the risk of closing these wells rests with the citizens of Colorado. Why would they risk placing the spotlight on what must be one of the friendliest business arrangements ever agreed to by any governmental agency? How do you explain away what looks to us like virulent incompetence within your agency? Can anyone explain that to us? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doe, for your comments here this morning. Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate your comments, Mr. Doe, and I know that we have lots of folks that are looking at the financial plans and seeing if they pass the sniff test, so to speak. Unless you have some solid evidence that our staff is conducting something in malfeasance, the language that you're using, I think is unfair to our staff without finding out why numbers have changed. And I'm a little, I don't think those are words we should use unless you know that our staff is doing something purposefully to change the platform or whatever. This is not okay for you to accuse our staff of doing something that might be illegal or immoral without any sort of background, except some numbers changed in a form. So it's okay if you want to ask why it happened and we can look into that, but to accuse our staff of doing something illegal is, I wish we could have a conversation before we just jump to accusing people of doing things.
Well, okay. I didn't accuse anybody of anything. I explained what happened within your agency. Now you're free to draw whatever conclusion you want to. That's absolutely, you're right. Our conclusion is it looks very suspicious. And if I had to characterize it, as I think I did, as a form of incompetence. I mean, this form was supposed to be delivered in July. You delayed it. It was delivered in October. It is now the middle of January. And in the last 2 weeks, it's changed twice. Now, I don't know how you'd characterize that, but I characterize it as suspicious and, really kind of alarming.
Those are different
Not
words
only
than
that,
you
but-
used in your testimony. Those are different words
so,
than you used.
we can disagree. That's not a reflection on my character. It's a reflection on what's going on in your office. And what we're asking for is some explanation. I mean, you can characterize it any way you want to. It's just a slip up. But to the second largest operator in the state, just a slip up? Come on, let's get
Thank you,
serious.
Mr. Doe, for your comments. I think at this point, we're going to move on to the next public
Okay,
commenter.
thank you very much. I appreciate it.
The next public commenter that we have is Barbara Mills Bria. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, thank you for listening to both Phil and me. I'll just start my conversation. Be the Change Colorado and other citizens have been going through the financial assurance filings, trying to sort out exactly how the COGCC is applying the 700 series. That's our concern. Our review makes us once again doubt or wonder if you can or will be motivated to protect the public purse, a foundational requirement of all government. Because of world events such as the war in Ukraine, but mostly from what we see as a monopoly price setting by oil producing nations, frackers are now making an extremely large sum of money. Nevertheless, we were told during the rulemaking that they couldn't possibly afford to set aside $250,000 per well to plug and reclaim the area around the well. This, even though it cost them $8 to $12 million to drill that well, and $250,000 is 2 to 3% of that cost. Now there appears to be some interaction between at least one operator, Noble, and the COGCC to manipulate the complicated bonding calculations so as to reduce the already low financial assurance amounts. You need to understand that participating in the rulemaking and being totally disregarded while observing the almost dictatorial influence of the oil and gas industry in the rulemaking has made us suspicious and wary of your implementation of SB 19181. Given this past history and the almost total disregard of all public suggestions concerning the regulation of the industry under SB 19181, is it any wonder that we doubt that the COGCC will ever display the will or moral backbone to protect the public purse? You've already pretty much demonstrated through permitting, et cetera, that that you'll not protect the public's health or environment as clearly required by SB 19-181. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. I don't believe there's any further public comment this morning. Next up on the agenda is consent agenda. Do commissioners have any questions about the consent agenda? Then I would entertain a motion.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. At this point, we've worked through the initial items on our agenda. As I had previously indicated, we are going to recess the meeting until 10 a.m., at which point Chair Robbins should be able to join us to complete the rest of today's agenda. So we will see everyone at 10 a.m.
Good morning. This is Jeff Robbins, Chair of the Colorado Oil and Gas Commission. I am now present for the duration, and we have a 5-member full quorum of the commission. We will take up the next agenda item on our agendas today, which is KPK docket 201-100261, involving the compliance plan agreement. At this point, we should daylight Attorney Jacobs as well as staff's Attorney Stafford. Daylight, I mean like in panel. Thank you. Okay, we've got the trial management order before us. It establishes the issue before the commission is KPK in substantial compliance with the compliance plan agreement dated November 4th, 2021, and attached to order number 1V772 as Exhibit 1. The parties are each allotted a total presentation time of 4 hours, which is exclusive of commissioner questions. Party opening statements and closing statements are included in the 4 hours of presentation time. Parties will not be given any additional time to make opening or closing statements. KPK has the burden of proof and therefore will present its argument first. The parties may call witnesses as necessary, and then there is the order of case presentation. Under number 1, under order of case presentation, there is the quote, determination of commissioner conflicts. Does any commissioner believe he or she has a conflict in considering this matter? Seeing none, we will make a finding that there were no commissioner conflicts. Number 2, the commission will take up any pending motions. I've reviewed the pre-hearing pleadings to my fellow commissioners and attorneys, and I've become aware of some issues and arguments raised by the parties that may impact the conduct of this hearing. In an effort to make these proceedings more efficient and to allow for the parties to make the best use of their allotted time, I would like to address 3 issues. I will ask for my fellow commissioners' thoughts on these issues after I suggest a path forward. Counsel of record, are you both okay if I try to streamline this a little bit and move forward with these 3 issues? Okay. Yeah, go ahead, John. Mr. Jacobs.
Good morning. We do have some procedural concerns, and I suspect they may overlap with what you're about to share with your fellow commissioners, but they do have to do with the interim order denying our motion for summary judgment on the standard that was issued last Thursday by Hearing Officer Peskin, as well as the motion in limine to which staff responded just a couple of days ago, and the admissibility of alleged violations, information on alleged violations, whether they're in unadjudicated NOAVs or more recent events, claimed spills and responses to spills. So we do wish to address those points. We're prepared to address them briefly if provided time to do so, if that would aid in your resolution of them. And in particular, we take exception to the interim order denying our motion for summary judgment, because We do not believe that this commission clearly determined the standard in the June hearing. It is at best conflicting statements during deliberations made during that hearing, at the conclusion of that hearing. And the language quoted by the hearing officer in his order denying our motion for summary judgment, frankly, is just one side of those conflicting statements. We may be in agreement, but we think that granting the motion for summary judgment would clarify the record significantly on this important issue of the standard and the scope of the hearing under Section 7(5)(b) of the CPA. Thank you.
Very good. I'm going to go forward with my thoughts on some of those issues, hear from my fellow commissioners, and we'll figure out another plan after that. Before we do that, you were at times haughty in terms, it's not you, but the internet connection. And I'd like to make sure that we've all got good internet connections. Was I the only commissioner that heard Mr. Jacobs kind of in and out there a little bit, or was that just my internet connection?
I'd say just the first few words I had a hard time hearing, and then I could hear him just fine.
Okay, let's just monitor that and make sure that we've got good internet all the way around for the virtual hearing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
My first point is that any previous evidentiary rulings made by me or the commission as a whole in previous hearings on this matter apply here today, and I do not intend to revisit or reconsider those decisions. That means if an exhibit or testimony was admitted in a previous hearing, it is still admitted and may be used by either party in the commission in this hearing. Second, I noted that a motion in limine was filed last night with regard to a demonstrative exhibit that staff has created. If I've read the motion and the response right, it appears that staff is in agreement that that's a demonstrative exhibit. And so I would rule that staff use it as a demonstrative exhibit and it's not considered an exhibit. I would note that the fact that it was attached to the motion in limine, it is in the record, but that was something done by Mr. Jacobs and his team, but that does not mean that it is a witness for purposes of being other than demonstrative. And then finally, I at least do not intend to revisit the commission's previous discussions regarding the substantial compliance standard that applies in this hearing. Substantial compliance means compliance with every aspect of the CPA, including timely submittal of plans, Form 27s, and any other submittal required by the compliance plan agreement, approval of those submittals by COGC staff, and effective implementation of the submittals after staff approval. The commission will not be concerned with technical non-compliance with minor requirements. The commission will be looking for KPK to demonstrate that it met the intent and purpose of the CPA. Those are my thoughts, folks, around the previous evidentiary rulings, the demonstrative exhibit, and the fact that it appears that is what that is, and the substantial compliance standard. Fellow commissioners, do you have any further thoughts on any of these three issues, or are you in agreement with proceeding along those lines? Commissioner Cross?
I'm in agreement.
I just want to say I would be in agreement with that. I think particularly with respect to evidentiary rulings previously made, I think it makes sense to not revisit that, particularly in light of the constrained time with which we have. And I also with respect to the demonstrative, I see no issue with trying to have a demonstrative talked about and if disagreed with by the opposing party, they can always address their concerns with the demonstrative itself during their time permitted. With respect to substantial compliance, I think that makes sense. I went back and I rewatched the hearings before, and I do believe that we were clear with what the substantial compliance was meant to mean. And obviously there's some discussion of substantial compliance in the briefing as well, which we can take into account and at least this commissioner has taken into account. But I would be in agreement with moving forward with that direction.
Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a brief statement to state particularly that I concur with your assessment of the substantial compliance burden of proof as you articulated. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, then those will be considered rulings of the commission. Mr. Jacobs, I know that you desired something different with regard to substantial compliance. That is our ruling. Pick it up at the next level if you so desire, but that's what you will need to establish in the hearing today.
Mr. Chair, if I may briefly make an objection to make my record.
Go ahead.
You have, with this ruling, rendered ineffectual and meaningless language, express language of a contract, the compliance plan agreement at section 7.5B, which this is a 7.5B hearing, and it is to determine substantial compliance with the requirements of section 4. That determines the scope of compliance as well as the substantial compliance standard. We're not in disagreement on the meaning of substantial compliance, but we are in total disagreement on the scope of matters for which that standard is applied. This is highly problematic for admissibility purposes as well, because as this commission has previously ruled, unadjudicated allegations, especially in NOAVs, are not admissible. Staff has the burden of proving those allegations, and this scope of hearing has been sprung on us virtually the night or the night before the night or day of the hearing. So we've not been able to prepare. Your statements in June, quoted by the hearing officer in his order, are conflicting. You preface them by saying these are the thoughts of one commissioner. There is no motion, there is no finding. You may be attempting to cure that here, but it's the wrong standard. It's reversible error. It can be appealed and likely will be, and it is highly prejudicial to my client and our ability to prosecute this hearing and to demonstrate our compliance. It's an impermissibly vague standard in as much as you say comprehensive compliance with the CPA. Section 7B5 does not say that, and that's the basis for this hearing. It's also the basis for the sanctions that you have considered and in part imposed and are available. So you've divorced the language of the contract, you've rendered it partially meaningless, and you've read other language into the contract. Courts are not allowed to do that with a CPA or a consent decree, and our motion clearly demonstrates that. There is no countervailing law cited by staff in the record, and granting the motion simply cures the muddy waters of the record in this proceeding, in our view. So having made my objection, I welcome your reconsidering the ruling.
Thank you for the objection. You've made your record. We plan on looking for substantial compliance pursuant to the CPA.
We also have issues regarding admissibility raised in our motion in limine. There are numerous photographs in various exhibits of staff that are not in the public record, not in COGCC. They're in a proprietary database known as Artemis, maintained by and only accessible by, for certain purposes, staff and the contractor, Apex. We've not understood how those photographs are gathered, whether there's bias injected into only taking and storing potentially negative photographs. We've gotten no discovery in this proceeding. We've sought through information exchange information about Artemis. We've asked to talk to the document custodian for Apex, who maintains Artemis, and we have not been provided that information. Therefore, we object to the Apex photographs in Exhibit 1009 and certain other exhibits, and we are forced with this ruling to object at times, perhaps more frequently than we would like, or you would like, to specific slides in the 91-page PowerPoint or exhibit of staff that is basically a guide to the testimony of Ms. Graber, as I understand it. And in order to make my record on those objections, we'll have to interrupt pretty frequently under these circumstances. We had hoped to avoid this. We talked about getting rulings on admissibility back in November with the hearing officer and again in mid-December. And here we are and it's all in. And even if things from June hearing are admitted, this is about compliance now. And the prejudice versus probative value of exhibits previously admitted needs to be the proper subject of an objection and a ruling on the objection. So I just want some clarity on that from you and the other commissioners.
I plan on taking up evidentiary objections at the time of the evidence being proposed to be admitted. I would like to now to hear Ms. Stafford on this discrete issue.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. I too seek some clarity with respect to the status of staff's exhibits proffered for the January hearing, those exhibits being attached to our pre-hearing statement. I would like to note that with respect to Mr. Jacobs's objections to the site photographs from the Artemis database, that is the COGCC engaged contractor to help manage this compliance plan, since KPK is the only operator in the state under a compliance plan of this nature. These photographs are clearly marked. We exchanged them 2 weeks ago with KPK as required under the as per the pre-hearing statement. They've also been different photographs have been shown to KPK during various meetings throughout the past 6 months. The applicable test of admissibility here is probative value. With respect to the relevance and authenticity of these photographs, it appears to me, based on KPK's assertions here, that they need to, have the ability to talk to the person who actually took these pictures. This is absolutely unnecessary here. The witnesses that staff will provide and will have testify have vast knowledge of these particular sites. They can testify that these are the pictures of the locations as clearly marked. I would like to turn briefly to the rest of KPK's objections on our exhibits. There appears to be little rhyme or reason to KPK's objections as included in their response. They've objected to recent staff inspections. These are agency records that are that should be easily admissible into a proceeding like this. It's important here to show what these sites looked like initially and progress over time. They have not been consistent with their pre-June objections, or at least with their objections to pre-June documents. For example, remediation 26319, they've objected to all older documents, but for remediation number 23306, which both of these are on attachment A, they've only objected to the most recent inspections, the most recent photographs that document site status. They've objected to photographs and lab documentation that on their face may predate June, but these are documents that were submitted very recently by KPK post-June. They've also objected to some of staff's tracking spreadsheets, but then not other tracking spreadsheets related to work under the grip. So I just wanted to make my record there, and I will end. But I would like to make a motion that staff's exhibits like June be authenticated and admitted.
Make a motion to what?
I would like to make a motion that staff's exhibits that have been objected to by KPK, so the exhibits we've marked for this January proceeding, that they be authenticated and admitted.
Can I respond, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Mr. Jacobs.
I believe the chair already ruled that he's going to take these one at a time, and we can raise objections timely to exhibits as they're being raised on the screen and spoken about by witnesses for the staff. And under these circumstances, I absolutely need that opportunity to make my record. So I would urge you to deny the motion just made by Ms. Stafford.
I think that's where I was leaning as well. And so the motion is denied. We'll take up evidentiary matters as they arise in the course of the proceedings.
I have one other procedural matter.
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman, if I may. In light of this ruling, and given our opportunity for rebuttal and the rebuttal witnesses that we have identified in our pre-hearing filings, we would like the opportunity to create some slides to assist in the rendering of their rebuttal testimony that have not been exchanged yet. It would be based entirely on exhibits and data already proffered as exhibits and evidence in this proceeding. And certainly turnabout is fair play. Ms. Stafford could object to those at the time they are utilized, but we think that that will aid in testimony and clear understanding of rebuttal testimony to be provided by KPK witnesses. So I would ask for your ruling permitting us to prepare such slides at this late date.
Stafford?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll raise my objections as KPK tries to introduce these items.
I don't have a problem, Mr. Jacobs, providing you that opportunity to prepare said documents for rebuttal, and we'll see whether staff has objections to them or not at said time. I think this is being fairly consistent with regard to exhibits and objections. Anything further, Mr. Jacobs?
No, I think that covers it in light of your ruling a moment ago. Thank you.
Ms. Stafford, anything further?
Oh, excuse me. I was reminded by my colleague. I realize that the trial management order indicates that each side is to be given 4 hours and we won't be given any more time. This is the same thing that happened in June and again in the 2021 hearings. We asked for 6 hours. We got 4 from the hearing officer. I would ask for your consideration, if we're efficient in our conduct of this hearing, that if we bump up against 4 hours, you would consider additional time. I think you would benefit from our closing argument, our latter witnesses. We're doing our very best to be efficient in the conduct of this hearing. So if you would not preclude such a request and consider it at that time, should we need additional time, that would be my request at this time.
I will, Ms. Stafford, did you want to weigh in on that request?
Thank you, Chair Robbins. I defer to the commission on its decision here. I would note that staff probably won't need more than 4 hours to present its case.
Okay. Well, for now, each side has 4 hours. The commission, I'll pledge that we'll debate whether to give additional time if it's needed at that time. I don't think we need to get into the weeds on that right now since we haven't started.
Thank you.
Ms. Stafford, did you have anything further process-wise?
No, Mr. Chair, I do not.
Okay, well, then let's get started. The next matter after is number 3, KPK opening, followed by staff opening. Mr. Jacobs, are you ready and prepared for your opening statement?
I am, Mr. Chair.
The floor is yours.
Good morning, Chairman Robbins, Commissioners. KPK welcomes this opportunity to document for the Commission substantial effort and resources expended thus far implementing the unique and admittedly challenging compliance plan agreement. Conceived by staff, drafted and negotiated by the parties and the chair, and approved unanimously by this commission just over a year ago. This hearing is to determine if KPK has achieved substantial compliance, we believe, with the requirements of Section 4 of the CPA. That is the sole purpose and scope for this hearing, and as it was for the prior compliance hearing in June 2022. The CPA also specifies KPK bears the burden of demonstrating substantial compliance with Section 4 of the plan. And while substantial compliance is not defined in the CPA, the Oil and Gas Conservation Act, or its regulations, this commission and staff agreed with the frequently cited legal dictionary definition that defines it as compliance with the substantial or essential requirements of something as a statute or contract that satisfies its purpose or objective, even though all of its formal requirements are not strictly complied with. When measured against this standard and based on the evidence and testimony to be provided, KPK will clearly establish by a preponderance of evidence its substantial compliance with the essential requirements of CPA Section 4 at this time, which we believe to be the required standard and scope under the CPA as written and agreed to. Staff suggests in its pre-hearing filings that this commission's prior finding of a lack of substantial compliance with certain Section 4 requirements somehow precludes KPK from now establishing its substantial compliance. That assertion is illogical at best and without authority to support it. To aid the commission in reaching its conclusion, KPK updated its compliance tracker table, which is attached to KPK's pre-hearing statement as Exhibit Quadruple X. This updated table lists the 8 express essential requirements in approximately 40 rows, including sub-requirements, of CPA Section 4, the trigger for each requirement, the applicable due date, if any, the status of attaining substantial compliance for each such requirement, the CPA section reference for each requirement, and some explanatory notes and comments. This compliance tracker table is intended to provide a useful guide to ensure the focus of this determination remains on substantial compliance with the core Section 4 requirements of the CPA. The commission's ruling a moment ago notwithstanding. Staff's general grievances regarding KPK's overall lack of progress and other discrete issues addressed by staff during its October 19th responsive presentation and in its pre-hearing filings, some of which have no clear nexus to Section 4 requirements, are secondary to the essential requirements of Section 4. This includes, but is not limited to, the generalized concerns regarding KPK's overall pace of progress in remediation work, the pace at which KPK is reforming its culture of compliance, and the quality and timeliness of its form submissions unrelated to Section 4 requirements. And while staff passively acknowledges the substantial compliance standard in their pre-hearing filings, it is evident they are actually applying a strict compliance standard, attempting to dismiss KPK's technical compliance as somehow deficient, and thereby effectively demanding perfect and exacting compliance with even the most ministerial requirements. That is not the proper standard, and this commission should reject staff's attempt to rewrite the CPA and Colorado law in that respect. In support of KPK's demonstration of substantial compliance, KPK will produce fact and expert witness testimony and introduce exhibits concerning the essential elements of CPA Section 4, and also how KPK has gone well beyond those Section 4 requirements in several important respects. This testimony includes the conservative estimation by Mr. Greg Weiss, KPK's expert forensic accountant, that the company has spent over $7.2 million on CPA required tasks and remediation since November 5, 2021, the effective date of the CPA, substantially more than the minimum funding requirements of the CPA at Section 4.3a. This is 4 times the estimated 1.7 million KPK spent on CPA required tasks between November 5, 2021 and the June 2022 hearing, and addresses any concerns about additional resources raised by the commissioners at the June hearing. The testimony of Mr. Kevin Totkus, Marcom's LLC's project manager for the CPA work, on the satisfaction by Marcom and KPK of the essential requirements of Section 4 in the 7 months since he became project manager and the 14 months since the CPA was executed and approved. This includes drafting and implementing the Global Remediation Implementation Plan, or GRIP, performing all technical work for the CPA governed sites, regularly complying with the CPA and staff's reporting obligations, and Marcom's performance of all technical work and supervision of non-technical work for the many sites covered by the CPA. This will also include the testimony of Marcelo Medor, president and founder of Marcom LLC, on the extraordinary commitment of resources to the KPK effort as its staff-approved primary contractor and the uniquely demanding nature of this project in her extensive environmental remediation experience under various state and federal programs. Also, the testimony of KPK's Executive Director of EHS Compliance, Mr. Craig Meese, a seasoned EHS professional with over 28 years of extensive oil and gas regulatory compliance and remediation experience, on the company's commitment of all available resources to the CPA effort, the dedication and demonstration of holding regulatory compliance as a core value at KPK at the highest levels of management and ownership, and his focused efforts at continuous improvement and instilling that value in employees across the company through training, leadership, and a thoughtful and constructive approach to resolving differences and misunderstandings with staff. Our demonstration will include the expert witness testimony of Richard Price, an EHS professional with 35 years of experience in EHS regulatory compliance, and an instructor at several universities, including Purdue's University of Denver's Environmental Policy and Management master's degree program, concerning the time necessary to develop an improved culture of compliance and to remediate so many sites under the rigorous approval, notice, and other procedures required by staff and the CPA. The expert opinion of David Hines will be offered, and Mr. Hines is a remediation expert with extensive experience in determining background levels of naturally occurring inorganics in soil, an issue that has inhibited progress at a number of CPA locations and that could be resolved through a more coordinated approach between staff and Marcom. Also, we'll be offering the expert opinion of KPK's energy economist, Dr. Timothy Considine, on the negative consequences of over-penalizing KPK and the countervailing economic and environmental benefits to Colorado of continuing with the CPA implementation effort begun just over a year ago, especially given the unique opportunity and value posed by KPK's Spindlefield assets for CO2 injection to enhance oil recovery and sequester CO2 from large carbon emitters, and also thereby promote green hydrogen production in the region under recent federal legislation. While KPK shares staff's desire for greater progress, we reject staff's view that KPK and Marcom are simply pushing paper, that there has been little progress on the ground, or that the CPA is not working as intended. The CPA is an innovative and ambitious plan and not been imposed in any plan of its sort on any other operator in the state previously. Staff, KPK, and Commissioner Robbins put a great deal of thought, time, and energy into its development. The CPA has myriad moving parts, and though it has been in effect for just over a year, KPK has complied with the essential requirements of Section 4. You will hear from staff that overall goal of the CPA has not been fully achieved, and that the commission should essentially chuck the whole effort, given KPK's failure to show exacting compliance with every requirement of Section 4 or beyond Section 4, given the commission's recent ruling this morning. But this request is premature and once again invites a return to the precipice of 2021's order finding violation hearing. Once again, staff offers no consideration for the real world consequences of such action by this commission should that be taken, rather than abandoning this effort and triggering such consequences just over 1 year into a 5-year plan. The time and energy that has been thus far invested in implementing this plan should be built upon and leveraged. If tweaks or mid-course corrections are necessary, they should be negotiated and implemented with a commitment by both sides, not to find pretexts to walk away, but rather to find ways to ensure that it works. Commissioners, the evidence will demonstrate that KPK and Marcom have indeed substantially complied with the essential elements of CPA Section 4, and in doing so, have laid the important groundwork and infrastructure to fully remediate its contaminated sites and ensure a return to compliance with COGCC rules. KPK thanks you in advance for your careful attention to the witnesses and evidence about to be presented. Thank you.
Thank you for the opening statement. I believe now that we will hear an opening statement from staff.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Chair Robbins. Good morning, commissioners. I believe it is still morning at this point. For the record, I am Assistant Attorney General Caitlin Stafford, and I represent commission staff in this matter. With me today, I also have Assistant Attorney General Ben Boudreau and COGCC Enforcement Officer Kelly Rosenberg. Once again, I am here on behalf of staff to talk to you about the actions and inactions of an oil and gas operator whose operations continue to impact public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. That operator is KP Kaufman Company, or KPK. Commissioners, as we stand here today, it has been almost 18 months since the KPK's Compliance Plan Agreement, or CPA for short, became effective. This marks the 5th time since last January that staff has appeared before you to discuss CPA-related issues. And as you will hear through testimony and see in the evidence, staff's overall assessment remains unchanged. KPK is not in substantial compliance with the CPA. Commissioners, I told you back in June that KPK had achieved closure at 2 out of 58 remediation projects on Attachment A to the CPA. Today, that number stands at 3. Throughout the next couple of days, I want you to keep that number in mind. KPK thinks that it is, quote, good enough. Staff and the people of the state of Colorado disagree. Recall that this past June, the commission held a compliance plan hearing to determine whether KPK had substantially complied with Section 4, the compliance requirements of the CPA. Following deliberations, the commission determined KPK was not in substantial compliance with the UPRR NOAV and the requirements thereunder, the soil spread field NOAV and the requirements thereunder, the grant take battery NOAV and the requirements thereunder, the Global Remediation Implementation Plan, or GRIP, the Comprehensive Waste Management Plan, and the Spill Release Reporting and Training Plan. And following deliberations in June, the commission imposed penalty provisions under each of the above referenced sections. However, the commission decided against levying those penalties and instead decided to resuspend them so long as KPK could comply, achieve compliance, and prove by today or at the end of this hearing that they had substantially complied with the compliance plan agreement. And so here we are in January 2023 to discuss substantial compliance with the CPA again. As you know well, the CPA is a detailed document containing specific requirements, including but not limited to the development and implementation of detailed project-specific remediation work plans for 4 locations with incomplete and open excavations as of the conclusion of the enforcement hearing, the development and implementation of a global plan to address all of KPK's 74 open remediation and spill release projects as of the effective date of the CPA, which was November 5th, 2021, and the development and implementation of spill, training, and waste management plans as a few examples. The CPA as a whole is meant to foster KPK's compliance with Commission's rules, put KPK on a path to achieving closure of numerous and impactful spill and remediation projects. Implementation of the required subplans is meant to help guide KPK onto a path of compliance, to help KPK achieve what is required of them as an operator, what is required of each and every operator that engages in oil and gas development in this state, compliance with the COGCC's rules and regulations. As the commissioner noted following the conclusion of the June hearing, compliance is the baseline and the commission should not be handing out most improved trophies. In its opening, KPK boils staff's concerns down to general grievances, making light of serious concerns and environmental impacts that exist and persist in the field. For example, through their pre-hearing statement, They argue they've achieved compliance with the essential requirements with quote core section 4 requirements. They complain about staff allegedly moving the goalposts or being an impediment to their progress through quote hold points. And they also talk about how they've spent over $7 million in complying. Submitting documents does not equal substantial compliance. If KPK has spent $7 million, they have not gotten much for their money as measured by the closure of these remediations or lack of closure. And during KPK's opening, they discussed an improved culture of compliance. An improved culture of compliance would result in less staff involvement. Instead, the CPA is taking more staff time than envisioned, and the results are frankly not worth the effort. KPK made similar arguments in June to support their contention that they were in substantial compliance with the CPA. And as I said back in June, if KPK's actions constitute substantial compliance, then the compliance plan agreement was an exercise in futility. The CPA isn't just about deadlines and submittals, as KPK would have you believe. The CPA is about performance. Are the plans being followed and implemented? More importantly, is the purpose and objective of the CPA to achieve closure of aging remediation projects and to return to compliance with COGCC rules. Is that being accomplished? And the answer to this question, based on overwhelming and specific documented examples of work performed or not performed on site and late and continually deficient reporting, is unequivocally no. It was true in June and it remains true now. On-site cleanup is minimal. Timely implementation is dismal. And KPK has not met the baseline of compliance with the rules that we expect operators to meet. As you will see during staff's case in chief, KPK has made little progress addressing its multitude of impactful remediation projects under the CPA. Staff will walk through each of these projects with you. The CPA sets forth specific requirements for work plans at the sites as part of the 2021 enforcement hearing and requires KPK to implement its global remediation implementation plan at 74 open spills and remediation projects, open as of the effective date of the CPA. Now, the GRIP was specifically included in the CPA to promote KPK's improved compliance, attention to corrective actions, and completion of the remedial work at those 74 open projects. Through the CPA, the GRIP explicitly incorporates requirements set forth in the Commission's rules. For example, as part of the GRIP, KPK is required to implement timely and appropriate site investigation and remediation requirements, including specific site investigation and implementation schedules for all remediation projects. Again, this is not just a requirement of the GRIP, but pursuant to COGCC rules, and specifically here, Rule 913. As you'll hear and see via staff's presentation, KPK cannot adhere to their own schedules for work on location and is inconsistent in the work they actually do, ultimately resulting in environmental impacts that are left on site for extended periods of time. KPK has repeatedly maintained that multiple projects are, quote, close to achieving closure, and therefore progress is being made under the GRIP. Again, there are 58 remediation projects and 16 spill release projects listed on attachment A, so a total of 74 projects, a handful of which overlap. Back in June, I told you that of those 58 remediation projects, only 2 had achieved closure since the CPA became effective. And to date, KPK has increased that number to 3. This is not improvement. This is not progress. This is not indicative of substantial compliance. And it certainly doesn't achieve the CPA's stated goal of bringing KPK into compliance with the Commission's rules. As I stated earlier, the Commission already made a determination regarding substantial compliance back in June. Substantial compliance isn't strict compliance. Instead, substantial compliance involves an evaluation of whether the purposes and objectives of an agreement have been advanced, even though technical deficiencies may exist. Substantial compliance is less than absolute, but requires a significant level of conformity. And as in June, it is KPK's burden to prove to this Commission by a preponderance of the evidence that they have achieved substantial compliance with the CPA. As previous presentations, pleadings, evidence, testimony, the full and complete record in this matter demonstrates KPK cannot carry this burden. As the evidence will show, KPK has failed to submit approvable plans on a reasonable timeline, continues to fail to adhere to spill release and waste management requirements pursuant to its own plans required by the CPA, and continues to fail to implement appropriate best management practices at its numerous aging remediation projects. Most importantly, KPK has failed to achieve closure at the NOAV sites more than 2 years after some of those NOAVs were actually issued, and failed to achieve closure at the open spill remediation projects on attachment A to the CPA. Commissioners, I want to wrap up my remarks with something I stated in June. There is one very important thing to keep in mind as you consider the evidence and testimony before you. As set forth in section 7, paragraphs 8 and 9 of the CPA is not a substitute for compliance with the rules. Rather, the CPA represents a novel approach to help KPK achieve overall compliance and to help KPK meet the obligations required of them under the rules. But as the materials in this docket show, and as staff's presentation will prove, there remains a long way to go for KPK to achieve the purpose and objective of the CPA, closure of the remediation projects, and compliance with the Commission's rules. Based on the pre-hearing filings and the evidence and testimony you will hear, there is no question. KPK is still not in substantial compliance with Section 4 of the CPA. Therefore, Commission staff and the Director request that the Commission find that KPK remains out of compliance with Section 4. Staff and the Director request that the Commission levy portions of the penalty unsuspended in June. Further, upon a finding that KPK has still not achieved substantial compliance, staff and the Director request that the Commission consider terminating the CPA, imposing other remaining outstanding portions of the penalty, suspending any or all of KPK's certificates of clearance, and or refusing to issue KPK new oil and gas development plans, as set forth in section 7, paragraph 5 of the CPA. I want to close briefly with something that KPK remarked on in its opening, that staff has not considered the real world consequences of the relief it requests. Real world consequences are all we consider when it comes to environmental impacts and impacts to public health, safety, and welfare and wildlife. KPK should follow our lead. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stafford. We now have the opening statements in the books. It is 12:10. Commissioners, I would suggest we not break up KPK's presentation and take a short lunch break now, perhaps 30 minutes, and then come back, and then we'll have KPK's case in chief all kind of together, which I think is a better format for everybody. So let's take a break until 12:45, and then we'll come back, and Mr. Jacobs, at that time, we'll start with your case in chief. Mr. Jacobs, is that acceptable?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Stafford, is that acceptable?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Any commissioner have concerns? All right, we'll come back at 12:45. Okay, we are back on the record in docket 2011000261. Before we proceed to KPK's case in chief, I would like to take a moment to clarify my previous comments on the substantial compliance standard. So to restate, pursuant to section 7, paragraph 5B of the CPA, the issue in this hearing is whether KPK substantially complied with requirements of section 4 of the CPA. My intent was to state that substantial compliance requires compliance with the essential requirements and purpose of section 4. These essential requirements include not only KPK's timely submittal of the forms and plans required by section 4, but also successful implementation of those forms and plans. So that's my clarification. I did not mean to state what I had previously read, that substantial compliance means compliance with every aspect of the CPA. So I've now read that into the record. I think we're ready to roll forward. I believe the first step and the next step of this is to identify all of KPK's witnesses and to swear them in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have 3 witnesses here in the DGS witness room. They will be collectively on camera in a moment. We're getting them situated. We have those are, excuse me, Mr. Meese, Craig Meese, Mr. Kevin Totkus, and Mr. David Hines. And then we have the remaining 5 witnesses that we'll be calling remotely. Those are Mr. Richard Price, who you see on screen, Dr. Timothy Considine, Marcella Medor, and 2 others. I've got my list here. Just a moment. Greg Weiss. And Mr. Luke Jane with the Campos EPC firm. Also swearing in remotely. So if those witnesses, when they're present and accounted for by Ms. Larson and her staff, if they could come on camera, there's our 3 witnesses here in the DGS witness room. Let me also just explain for Ms. Larson and the commissioners that camera in our witness room says DGS witness room for purposes of this swearing in, but each witness at the start of their testimony will log in via the laptop and monitors in the witness room. And so their name will appear at the bottom of that screen where our 3 witnesses are standing right now. So you'll know exactly who the witness is at all times after this swearing in. Hopefully that's clear.
Yeah, that's clear. That makes sense. It looks like we need Mr. Jane and Marcella Medor to visualize themselves.
There's Mr. Jane. And then Marcella, there we go. If you could unmute all of you so that we can proceed with the swearing in. I'll turn it back over to, I believe, Mr. Davenport.
Yeah, A.G. Davenport.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. Witnesses, all I'm going to ask you to do is raise your right hand, state your name, and say that you swear to tell the truth. We'll try to go one at a time, and I'd like to start with the gentleman in the DGS witness room. Let's just start with the gentleman on your right and work our way left, if that's clear enough. Please go ahead, gentlemen.
Sure. Craig Meese. I, Craig Meese, swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
So help me God.
Thank you.
I, David Hines, swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
I, Kevin Totkus, swear to tell the truth.
Thank you, gentlemen. You're done there. And then I'll call out names after that. The first person on my screen is Mr. Price.
I, Richard Price, swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And is it Dr. Constantine?
So I'm Timothy Considine. I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Weiss?
I, Greg Weiss, swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Jane?
I, Luke Jane, swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. And Ms. Medor?
Hi, Marcella Medor. I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Believe that's everyone. Mr. Jacobs, is that everyone?
That is everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. To clear the panel a little bit, let's, Mr. Jacobs, who's going to be your first witness?
Mr. Meese will be our first witness in the DGS witness room. And they're going to log him in so that his name appears at the bottom of the screen showing his image.
Great. We'll give him a second to get that done.
Thank you. Examining Mr. Meese will be my colleague Kathleen Pritchard. and she'll need a moment to get back to her desk. So just a minute or so. Can I, just so I get in the habit of this, ask Ms. Larson for a check on time, how much we spent on opening?
Yes, just one moment.
Thank you.
You used 11 minutes for your opening statement, so you have 3 hours and 49 minutes remaining.
Thank you so much.
And we're
Kathleen,
bringing,
Mr. Meeks is situated. It's all yours.
Craig, can you hear me?
I can. Can you,
Okay.
hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Okay, great. We will get started. Would you please state your name?
Craig Meese.
And would you briefly summarize your educational background after high school?
Yeah, Bachelor's of Science, Chemical Engineering, Petroleum Refining, Colorado School Mines, 1994.
What professional certifications do you hold?
Currently, I'm a registered professional engineer in Colorado and Texas.
And how are you currently employed?
Currently, I'm the executive director of EHS. Have been there with KPK and have been there since August 22 of 2022.
And what does that position entail?
It entails corporate-wide EHS compliance for operations and assets in Colorado and New Mexico.
And prior to joining KPK, how are you employed?
Prior, I would have 28 years thereabouts of environmental compliance engineering experience in oil and gas, primarily in the Rocky Mountain region. Most recent employment prior to KPK was I was vice president with Tallgrass Energy, overseeing EHS, physical security, pipeline safety, and governmental affairs for about 8 years. Prior to that, I was an environmental engineering consultant, owned and operated a consulting firm that was sold to Olson Associates in 2007.
And you also served in elected office, is that right?
Correct. Yeah, I was a Mesa County Commissioner from 2005 to 2013.
Would you describe your initial efforts to get up to speed on KPK's EHS management?
Yeah, the obviously first part of taking on a position like this is just to get acclimated with regard to understanding the assets and operations, doing records review, understanding records management, where things are at, how they're filed, how they're sorted. Certainly the COGCC actions as far as the NOAVs, the 901A order, the GRIP, the CAP, compliance assessment in general of the assets and operations, of 1,000+ wells and facilities. So it's still learning.
Yeah, and recognizing that you're still learning, how has KPK incorporated EHS management into its field operations specifically?
Well, I think the biggest noticeable point is really the hiring of my position in particular was a big piece, and creating that executive director position. I think also the heightened awareness that the field staff as well as personnel at KPK that they have is very noticeable, not only in the field but in the office. It's very, it's an important aspect, obviously, of every meeting that we have, and it's obvious in the field as it relates to spill reporting, notification, site safety, security, PPE, and just their engagement in environmental related matters and the questions that they asked during training.
So you have almost 3 decades of experience as an EHS professional. What is your impression of KPK's best management practices?
Of the best management practices in particular, I mean, it's certainly consistent with industry practices as it relates to stormwater controls, stockpile management, fencing, tracking pads, and certainly on the safety side, as I mentioned previous with regard to PPE and site safety.
So you sort of mentioned, you discussed how KPK has incorporated EHS management both in field operations and at the executive level. Could you talk more about what it looks like at the executive level? Are there meetings, communications, things like that, sort of centered around EHS management?
Sure, yeah. Currently we have 2 regularly scheduled weekly meetings. It's with MARCOM, field staff, upper management. The environmental focus is entirely on the remediation efforts and the CPA efforts in particular. And like I said, executive leadership's involved in those discussions and those meetings that we have.
And would you say that the environmental focus at those meetings is, relates to remediation, or does it focus on other environmental issues or environmental regulatory compliance?
It's predominantly, I'm trying to think of a situation where we've talked about anything other than CPA or related remediation. I can't off the top of my head, but our Monday morning meeting is more of a long-term planning meeting as it relates to the CPA. What sites are out there, forms that have been submitted, forms that have been approved, forms, what process is for forms, and kind of a long-term planning coordination meeting. The Wednesday afternoon meeting is more of an immediate work plan meeting for sites that we're currently undertaking, both in the current week, the prior week, and even the future upcoming week. And it's really to coordinate kind of our work plan, our immediate work plan.
So it seems like you sort of have a unique perspective, both as to insight into field operations and how the executive team works. I'm curious from your perspective, having been there for 5 months, what sort of resources KPK has devoted to improving EHS management broadly and complying with the CPA?
Well, there's been significant internal and external resources, to be honest. Internal, meaning, the 150 people that are employed by KPK, everything from accounting, IT, land, legal, engineering, GIS, roustabouts, pumpers, all of them in some form or fashion are supporting the CPA assessment and remediation efforts. Our roustabout crews in particular provide the excavation and material transport support for the work that MARCOM's directing. The pumpers do site inspection work. The executive team obviously allocates the resources and the priority to make those things happen. I know just from my time being there, at least for November, December, from an external resource perspective, KPK spent $300,000 alone just in analytical costs to run samples. That doesn't include landfill costs, doesn't include other contractors, vendors that have been used, and it's very sizable and significant.
So since you've joined KPK, there's been a couple of plans that staff has approved under the CPA. Could you describe the spill training plan, please?
Yeah, just in a broad overview, I guess the spill training plan focuses on defining a spill or release, the notification process and procedures, who to call, the reporting procedures, and the training aspects associated with the spill training.
And how has that been implemented since you've been there, or since it was approved?
Well, since it's been approved, it's certainly been adopted. It's certainly been trained on, and I believe we've been following it as it relates to new releases and new spills, and even in P&A activity with regard to historical releases. we've certainly been making notifications related to those historical releases as well.
And so the waste management plan was also recently approved. Could you describe that plan?
Yeah, the waste management plan, as you indicated, was approved in December, I believe. It, again, in general, talks about the waste generated by KPK, the classification of those wastes, the handling and disposal of the waste, labeling, record keeping, and again, training. There's a training element to that plan as well, of course.
And at one point, staff had raised a concern about KPK's waste manifest. Could you describe that concern and how KPK responded?
Yeah, as a function of our form submittals, we do supply the waste manifests associated with those excavation activities. Carbon copies are provided to our drivers when they deliver a load to the landfill. Those carbon copies were submitted to the office, then scanned, and in those scans, those signatures don't necessarily come through very well. It's on a carbon copy. And so we've resolved that by way of one, better QA/QC on our part in the office on the carbon copies and scans, but also pulling those from the invoices specifically where the original is scanned and provided as part of that invoice. So it's a better, more legible signature.
Mm-hmm. So KPK recognized staff concerns and then incorporated those concerns to sort of fix the issue.
Yeah, correct.
Could you describe the flow line integrity plan?
Sure. Yeah. Again, in general terms, the flow line integrity plan, which we've been working with the integrity staff with the Oil and Gas Commission on addressing comments, was recently submitted for again their review of it. And it speaks to basically a risk assessment and ranking of the flow line infrastructure of KPKs. It establishes or recognizes those standards for repairs and testing, as well as record keeping and future flow line assessment, evaluation and upgrade of future flow lines. Basically provides a risk model, if you will, for the flow line system. It's a similar practice and methodology used in the midstream side of the business in particular from a risk management perspective. And that's probably why I've been so involved in it.
Yeah, do you mind elaborating on that a little bit? So it sounds like this is something that you have experience in. Is that because you worked in sort of midstream industry before this?
Yeah, I mean, I've done pipeline safety in the past, but especially in my past role at Tallgrass, I oversaw our pipeline safety operations or compliance with PHMSA in particular. And so I have a very good understanding of PHMSA rules and regulations, as well as the associated compliance aspects.
And as an experienced EHS professional, is this plan in line with what the rules and regulations require of other upstream operators, or is this sort of unique to your experience with upstream operators?
Well, I would say that the flow line plan and the inner workings of what we're doing with the commission are very unique to KPK. It doesn't mean that, you know, other operators don't have some sort of risk management that they do as it relates to their flow lines internally, but certainly having a standalone document that's reviewed and approved and with the commission is certainly unique to KPK.
And where are we with the plan, with the flow line integrity plan? Has it been approved yet?
No, as I indicated, it was submitted. I can't remember the exact date, but it was, I believe it was due January 13th, and we submitted it, I'm guessing January 12th or January 11th. So it's still in for review. I don't believe we've received any comments as of yet.
Tell me about the work Marcom does for KPK.
Well, Marcom performs all the technical work under the CPA. They plan and conduct all the environmental sampling and remediation efforts as it relates to the CPA and the attachment A sites. They also oversee the scheduling and reporting under the CPA, which includes the form tracking and submittals of 19s and 27s. They address the staff concerns or conditions of approval, COAs, and the returns to draft. They also help support some of the non-CPA sites with new releases that have happened. We tend to I try to do the initial Form 19 and notifications. They certainly support some of the efforts to close those sites and respond to them.
And yeah, could you elaborate a little bit on how KPK assists with Marcom CPA related work?
I'm sorry, say that again, Kathleen.
Sure, no problem. Could you elaborate a little bit on how KPK assists with Marcom CPA related work?
Well, how KPK, I guess, we provide the field activity, or at least what Marcom needs in the way of support for the excavation and transportation of material for that field work that's being conducted.
But it's fair to say KPK is not performing the technical work. It is sort of providing this mechanical excavation work and assistance of the CPA related work.
That's correct.
Could you tell me about communications between KPK and Marcom?
Well, our communications are pretty much daily and many times probably between myself and Kevin Takis or Levi in particular. Obviously, we copy each other on all our email correspondence that we have with local governments or COGCC or other governmental entities. Obviously, they're heavily involved in our weekly meetings that I previously mentioned, the 2 meetings that we have. And so we talk a lot.
What sort of on the ground work has been done at CPA governed sites in the last 6 months?
Well, I would say quite a bit, to say the least. We've, from January or July 1st through December 31st, we have conducted remedial work at 32 sites. We've removed a little bit more than 46,000 tons of contaminated soil, which is about 3,400 dump trucks to the landfill. And we backfilled about 7,000 tons of clean soil, brought clean soil from the landfill, which is about 518 dump trucks. We've also taken about little north of 1,200 samples from 64 sites that are associated, not just with the CPA, but also new sites. But there's been a lot of work, to say the least.
So was this work conducted, was all of that work conducted at high priority sites?
I would say, I would say they're all high priority. I don't know how, were they the highest priority? I guess that is based upon the individual, but I will say that we certainly go after sites based upon the sensitivity of the site, based upon those aspects of groundwater, landowners, business, as to what those impacts are based upon the landowner or the business owner, as well as the environment and wildlife.
And all of that work was done at CPA sites, is that correct?
All of the
work you described above regarding the remedial work at 32 sites, the 46,000 tons of contaminated soil, all of that sort of the enormous amounts of raw materials used, that was at CPA governed sites.
That was the majority was certainly CPA governed sites. Obviously, there's some other releases that took place where some of that was also accounted for in those numbers.
Could you describe your experience working with regulators during your career?
Yeah, having the positions I've held and the years of experience I have has afforded me the opportunity to work with a lot of different regulators, both midstream, upstream in particular, from tribal agencies to state agencies to local agencies. And the primary goal is obviously a common goal, which is to work together to achieve compliance and to be a responsible operator and lessen the impact on the environment.
Could you tell me about KPK and Marcom's communications with staff?
Well, it's obviously important to have regular communication with staff and with any regulator for that matter. When I first started with KPK, we were having much more frequent conversations with staff as it related to sites, or at least myself personally. I know Marcom continues those much more so. I know when I first started with KPK and Nikki and I and Kari went out that first week I started, Nikki made a comment that was one of the first times she'd been invited to tour sites, and I appreciated her doing that. It was helpful, I think, for both of us to get eyes on sites and look at these facilities. We followed that up with another visit not shortly thereafter. We share emails quite a bit now. I know after we're having weekly. We're having pretty periodic, I would say they're weekly meetings with the staff and Chair Robbins up until mid-October. And after the last hearing, when those subsided, we decided we would just move forward with having those meetings with Nikki and staff and then pull the chair or others in as needed. But we continue to communicate pretty regularly, though I will say it's changed a little bit only due to a recognition of staff's workload and continual suggestion that there's a lot of stuff on her plate. So we're trying to be respectful of her time.
So is it, I mean, from your perspective, does Marcom regularly communicate with staff as well?
Yeah, we communicate as necessary and they do the same. Though I will say our form of communication is largely via email and sometimes through phone conversations, but not near as much.
And how does KPK and Marcom communicate with staff about priority sites? Is that something that has come up frequently between the two parties?
Marcom typically provides, try to do it on a weekly basis, though it may not, because if nothing's changed from the prior week, the list really doesn't change. But Marcom does provide a list, if you will, of priority sites for form review, such that we can try to address those sites because those actions that we take are necessary. Form review is necessary in order to continue those actions.
And since you've joined, has KPK or Marcom sent this weekly or bi-weekly email sort of prioritizing sites and forms to staff?
Yeah, I mean, we certainly still provide that weekly update, if you will. I will say that, in end of December, after speaking with Nikki about making sure that we prioritize backfill of sites, that those become a higher priority. I certainly agree with that. We've certainly made the change, if you will, to go after and address and ask for approval of forms where we're requesting backfill. And so have certainly changed that to heighten that priority on backfilling of excavations in particular. We've started employing since that time. Marcom has updated the priority spreadsheet, which touches on a number of sensitivities, these environmental sensitivities and others, such that we can risk rank those sites. And we're using that as a guideline for form review and for that email that I indicated that Marcom provides for the prioritization of those form reviews.
So could you sort of walk me through the weekly process that KPK has to make a plan for site priority and make sure that they actually prioritize and accomplish that work the next week? So I know you mentioned there is the risk ranking spreadsheet that you now use, there's other factors, and then there's the weekly meetings and then the emails. So could you just sort of summarize that so we get a picture of what that process looks like from your perspective.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, the planning meetings help with regard to approvals of forms that we've gotten, which then get brought into the weekly or the Wednesday meeting for the specific work plan, where we're establishing that coordination with the field crews, such that we can make sure that work gets done. It's certainly a very dynamic situation, as you might imagine, based upon what forms get approved and what doesn't. We have plans, but if those forms don't necessarily get approved or something happens in the process, then certainly those plans can change.
So in your view, could the relationship between staff and KPK be improved?
There's always room for improvement. You know, the communication piece I know is a challenge, and it's largely a reflection of our respect for, you know, Nikki and her staff, and knowing the significant workload they have. We're trying to mitigate or minimize, if you will, our monopoly of their time, because I know they've got other things to do and address. But I certainly know that added communication could very much improve the relationship and the collaboration and cooperation going forward. We've spent a lot of time on catching up on forms, and then certainly working with Nikki with regard to the prioritization sheet in particular, and making sure that jives with kind of what they're thinking in the way of those sensitivities. But we're certainly investing a lot of time and resources and making remediation and assessment projects, you know, not just on priority sites, but all sites, which is why we've collected the number of samples that we have and the time we have.
So it sounds like KPK is working really hard to identify staff's concerns and then respond to those concerns accordingly.
We try to be very responsive. Yes.
Thank you so much. No further questions on direct.
Locating the unmute button. At this time, Ms. Stafford, I believe you have an opportunity for questions on cross.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. Good afternoon, Mr. Meese.
Hi.
I have just a brief set of questions based on the testimony that you just went through. So in your testimony, you relayed to us that you began with KPK in August of 2022. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so you're pretty new to KPK
Yes.
and their assets and operations, and you're still gaining an understanding of those.
Yes.
And so you would say you're pretty new to dealing with the CPA as well.
Yes. Yeah.
And please, if I misheard this, please correct me. So am I correct to understand that before you, there was no director position for environmental health and safety at KPK?
There was a director position. They've made an executive director position, which is the one I hold. Ray Gorka was the prior director.
Thank you for the correction there. So there was no executive director.
Correct.
Position. Okay, thank you. You also touched on some data relating to remedial work at 32 sites. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned, I believe it was 46,000 yards excavated and about 7,000 backfilled. Is that correct?
Correct.
So is it fair to say the problem of open excavations might be getting worse?
There's certainly some open excavations.
Okay, and you also touched upon this discussion of some, we'll call them the high priority sites. So has it always, I guess, since the June hearing, has it been KPK's highest priority to backfill those sites?
Yeah, I mean, I can say unequivocally that it's a priority to get those sites backfilled. We would love nothing more than to get them backfilled. It's a process as KPK and most other operators, all other operators that I've spoken to know. in order to get approval to backfill. You've got to do a lot of analysis, assessment, and forms.
But correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Meese, didn't you also testify that backfill was not prioritized until December 2022?
Objection, misstating testimony.
No, I don't believe I said that. I believe I said that backfill was certainly made a priority specifically for the form review in particular. Doesn't mean it wasn't a priority before, it just meant that it was a priority via form review to help establish, if you will, those forms to get reviewed so we could backfill.
Thank you, Mr. Meese. Now I want to discuss your testimony related to implementation of some best management practices. You discussed in your testimony how KPK is implementing many of the best management practices in the GRIP. Is that correct?
Correct.
And these are BMPs required by rule by COGCC.
Correct.
Thank you. Now, bear with me for a moment here. I believe you discussed issues related to complying with BMPs related to tracking. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to pull up an exhibit here, and hopefully, hopefully the internet will cooperate with me. If I might share my screen. And can you see my screen here? I'll make it bigger.
I can.
Okay, thank you. And so we're looking here at this exhibit is staff exhibit 1082B. I will note it has received no objections from KPK, so I believe that means it's admitted in the record already. We're looking at Grant tank battery. Is that what you are also looking at?
Yes.
In the picture here? Now, in this first picture right here, it looks like what we see here is tracking onto Godding Hollow Parkway. Is that correct?
Correct.
Would you say that's compliant with best management practices?
I would say that the mitigation measures we have in place are certainly compliant. Considering the time of year in which we're backfilling makes it a bit challenging. And as you can see from the photo you just went past, there's the tracking pad in place. And I know that the field crews work diligently in order to clear that any material that is tracked onto the road to clear it off. It's about the best you can do considering the circumstances.
Thank you, Mr. Meese. And so this picture was taken on January 10th, 2023. Is that right? Based on what you're looking at?
Yeah, based on what I'm looking at, yeah.
Can you tell me the last time you were at Grant Tank Battery?
I can't offhand, but I know I've been up there several times in January and probably definitely within the past week or two.
Now, based on this picture right here, is it fair to say this tracking pad is not maintained properly?
It could certainly use some maintenance.
And would it be, so if you've not been up there in a few days, is it fair to say it could still exist like this?
If I haven't been there, it is possible.
Okay. I'm going to stop sharing and move to some other pieces of your testimony. So you discussed the spill release reporting and training plan and the waste management plans. Is that right?
Yes.
And in your testimony, you discussed KPK trying to follow these plans and also making improvements in implementation. Is that correct?
Correct.
So does that mean KPK hasn't yet achieved compliance with those plans?
No, it just, I mean, obviously it's a plan is a living document. improvements to the plan could mean that we've had changes with regard to waste streams or other things that could apply. A plan is always a living document. And so implementation of a plan is a living thing as well. We're working on, obviously, the training aspects. We're creating a computer-based training program right now on these plans for new employee orientation. And so, I mean, everything's always in progress.
So if everything's always in progress, then that would mean compliance hasn't been achieved.
No, not at all. That simply means that you're making compliance. We're complying with the plan. We're doing a better job about how we're training on that plan and ensuring that we have the appropriate people trained and the documentation associated with it. Obviously, reviewing and revising the plan based upon review of it is always something that you got to do with any plan.
Thank you, Mr. Meese. Just one final question for you. Can you confirm that only 3 remediation projects on attachment A have achieved closure?
I don't know that I can confirm that. I can't deny it either.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Redirect, Ms. Pritchard.
None at this time. Thank you.
All right. I think, and help me if I'm wrong here, counselors, but I think at this point we generally ask if any of the commissioners have questions. Is that fair? I think that's how we've been doing it. So commissioners, questions for this witness. Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Meese, for your testimony today. I just wanted to ask a couple quick questions about some of your testimony provided. One of the first things you mentioned is that you have 2 weekly meetings with Marcom. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's to talk about the different aspects of the CPA and the work to be done, a Monday morning meeting, and I think you said a Wednesday afternoon meeting.
That's correct.
Do you have additional meetings outside of meetings with Marcom to work with your staff on non-CPA sites?
I mean, we have lots of communication. I don't know that they're necessarily formalized meetings, but lots of dialogue between myself, Marcom, field staff, as it relates to daily operations and daily work for sure.
Okay, but established meetings are specific to Marcom and specific to the CPA.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And it was brought up a little bit, I believe it was 46,000 yards of excavated material, 7,000 of backfilled. And I believe you said that part of those amounts are from CPA sites and parts are from new spills and incidents. Do you have an idea of how much is for new spills versus the CPA sites?
You know, I don't know. I don't have that off the top of my head by any means, but I would say certainly the great majority of the material is certainly from CPA related sites, more so than new releases. And just for clarification, it's 46,000 tons or 7,000 tons versus yards. But yeah, I don't know that.
Okay, and thank you for that clarification. And that's both for excavation as well as for backfill. The vast majority would be CPA related.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And I think that let me double check my notes here. I think that's my only questions for right now. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Messmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Meese, for being here today.
Thank you.
Just a couple of questions. So like you, I was a previous county commissioner. And so is it fair to say as a county commissioner, you've also been in the chair of being a regulator?
Yeah, I was chair of our board a few years.
Right.
Yes.
And so as you look at being in that, well, in your current role, as executive director of EHS for KPK, is it your responsibility to deal with compliance for local government regulations as well as state regulations?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Okay. I wonder, at least there's been one public comment that has been provided in this hearing from a local government, but over the course of the last couple of years, we've heard multiple complaints about non-compliance with local government regulations from multiple jurisdictions regarding KPK. And so I guess I'm curious to understand from your new role, how you're ensuring that KPK is not only complying with state regulations, but with local government regulations, particularly in light of public comment that's been put on the record in this hearing, indicating that KPK is currently out of compliance, at least in Adams County, on a number of different items.
Yeah, I mean, we interact with the cities and counties, in particular, provide updates with regard to activities as needed. Some counties or cities are different in how they want that communication or coordination, if you will. Adams County in particular, we're working with them right now on backfill plans for the SAC sites. Every county is unique as far as their rules or regulations apply. In Adams County in particular, we have to get a transportation plan basically to bring in soil from outside of Adams County. So we're working through on that. And so, I mean, it's kind of on a as needed basis with every municipality and or county a little bit different and what their expectation is on that communication.
But you didn't mean that compliance was on an as needed basis.
No, it's more the communication piece in particular as it relates to compliance concerns that they may raise.
And in the Adams County standpoint, I mean, in the public comment that I read, at least, there seems to be indication that KPK is deficient for multiple years on compliance with fees associated with inspections of facilities within that jurisdiction. Is that still the case today?
Yeah, I believe so. But I'd have to defer to our others within the company that handle those inspection fees. I know that KPK has certainly challenged those fees in the past by other municipalities or possibly counties that have tried to employ those inspection fees. But that's certainly not something that from an EHS perspective on inspection fees that I would put in my purview or in my role or responsibility.
Okay. So there was some line of testimony that included questionings around whether or not the flow line plan was unique to KPK as an operator versus perhaps flow line plans associated with other operations that maybe you had experience on in the past. Do you understand why KPK has a flow line plan associated with this CPA at this point?
Yeah, I do. Based upon the CPA, I understand the rationale or reasoning for it. So yeah, I do understand that.
And you understand that the rationale included the opportunity for KPK to come into compliance with a number of issues associated with the CPA in lieu of having some of the penalties that were initially contemplated levied upon it, correct?
Correct.
And so it's important that this KPK flow line plan actually get developed, implemented, and followed, even though it may be unique to KPK, but there is a benefit to KPK for doing this. You understand that?
Understood.
Thank you. Since you've become director of EHS, are there any unique and new compliance issues that you've had to deal with outside of what is incorporated in the CPA?
You know, nothing that comes to mind. I know that KPK has a consent decree, as well as, you know, other operators have had with from an air perspective. So that's something obviously been working on as well, I guess, from an enforcement perspective. I can't think of anything else that comes to mind.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I did have a question. You had indicated that that you're, and I think I'm quoting you here, that says that you're ensuring your employees are trained on spill and release protocols and some of the other plans that you've implemented. What does that mean exactly? What does trained on mean?
It means that they understand at least the most general points. I mean, we're not expecting them to be environmental professionals, but they need to know what is a spill, what is a release, how is it defined, what the notification process is, who to call, and what that timeline is for that, such that we can respond accordingly and or notify others accordingly. And so it is just that. It's a training slide deck that we go through for those plans, so that field staff in particular, since they're the eyes and ears for the most part, have a good understanding and at least a baseline understanding of those plans, and can help. They obviously are a big part of the implementation.
And so this is an in-person meeting where you're presenting a slide deck, or you emailing them a PowerPoint presentation that they're reviewing? Is it done once? Is it done quarterly? I mean, what are we looking at here?
Yeah, right now it's an in-person where we go through the slide deck and answer and address any questions. As I mentioned, we're also putting together a slide deck for a computer-based training module to ask questions, you know, to ensure that people are understanding, new employees in particular, at least understanding of that through the onboarding process. It's a pretty standard process with most companies for onboarding, to ensure that they have a baseline understanding of those essential plans or procedures within an organization.
So this is ongoing?
It is.
Quarterly?
Right now it's an annual, at least for current employees, like I say, but we're developing the onboarding piece in particular in light of, especially, you know, these plans being relatively new. We're developing that process for the onboarding right now.
Okay. And I think my last question is, because I'm trying to understand kind of how you're viewing this, but there was a development of a number of plans by KPK. And I think you're indicating that those plans are living documents or moving targets. But how does one comply with a target that continues to move?
Well, rules and regs change. And so obviously plans need to change to keep up with that as well. Notification people, personnel, phone numbers change. Those need to be kept up with. Those are the living parts of the plan and the document that need to be amended and edited as necessary. Assets change. So there's a lot of, like I said, there's no plan that's ever static necessarily. It's they're always going to be dynamic in the fact that they need to be reviewed and updated accordingly.
But the general meat of the plans is not one that you can shift around all the time and try to still be able to comply with it. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, the meat of the plan is always about compliance, unless the rules or regulations change. Obviously, then the plan changes accordingly to address those new changes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Meese. The only questions I've got.
Thank you.
Further questions from commissioners? Ms. Pritchard, do you have a follow-up rebuttal?
Yes, I was going to ask after commissioner questions if I could ask a few questions on redirect to clarify.
Yeah, I think we're at that point. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Meese, I don't see you anymore. Wait, I do see you. Sorry, I thought you had
Okay.
disappeared. Okay, so if I, in KPK's pre-hearing statement, table 2 is what sets forth the statistics that you testified to. So the number of sites where remedial work is performed, there's been 45 tons of soil removed and 7,000 tons of soil backfilled. If I represented to you that those numbers all relate to attachment A locations and adjudicated NOAV sites, would you disagree with that? So in other words, it all relates to CPA work.
Object to the form of the question.
You can answer it if you can.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the volume of work that's done, the 32 sites where we've conducted remedial work, which was the excavation work in particular, the 64 sites where soil samples were collected within that 6-month time frame. The majority were CPA related sites. There are certainly other locations that were recent releases, which are also captured in there as well.
You talked about how KPK is prioritizing backfill. Could you describe that process? In order to backfill, you need staff approval, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, if we're basically making a backfill request in a form submittal based upon sample data and assessment data that we have, we're elevating that in the priority in those emails that we send to Nikki for form review. We're also using, like I said, the Google Sheets for prioritization such that we rank those even backfill locations, but certainly sites where we're requesting backfill are being elevated to the top of the priority list.
And so are there requests for backfill pending currently for staff's review?
Yes.
And once those are approved, will KPK begin backfilling those sites?
Yes, I mean, we'll certainly add it to the work plan and it will be considered top priority.
And so you also testified that the plans that were recently approved, I think the spill plan in October and the waste management in December, that those plans change and are dynamic, but you don't mean that KPK is not trying to comply with the plan as written, correct?
That's correct.
So KPK is still trying to comply, but you recognize that as regulations change or the situation on the ground changes, the plan may need to change as well.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, no further questions.
All right, I think we are done with this witness. Why don't we, Mr. Jacobs, talk to me about your next witness. And I'm asking because I'm trying to figure out if we need to take a little bit of a break.
Our next witness is going to go as long or longer than Mr. Meese. That'll be Kevin Totkus.
Okay, why don't you call him up and let's just take 5 minutes, everybody. Be back here at 1:50. Is that okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we're back. Mr. Jacobs, I believe you have the floor to call your next witness.
Just one quick point of order before I do that, if I may.
Yes.
Reference was made to some public comment that was submitted by Adams County last night in written form. I just want to clarify for the record that that is public comment. It is not evidence. I would caution Commissioner questions regarding public comment and not give it weight of evidence. It is public comment and no more, and we're certainly glad to address public comment, but this is an evidentiary hearing, and I just want to make that separation clear in the record. Thank you.
AG Davenport, do you want to weigh in on that?
Thank you, Chair. I would note for the commissioners that public comment, though is allowed by our rules, is not sworn in the way witnesses are sworn before you, the testifying in this hearing. And the commissioners should be aware of that and take that into account when they review public comments.
Okay. All right. Any other procedural matter, Mr. Jacobs, or are we ready for your next witness?
We are ready for our next witness. I believe he is in the witness room and should be logged in as Kevin Totkus. Mr. Totkus, can you turn video on or do we need a moment? There we go. Video's engaging. Great, that's a good adjustment.
Hopefully everybody can see me now.
And we can hear you. I think we're ready to resume. Thank you.
Excellent.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Kevin Totkus.
Can you briefly summarize your educational background after high school?
Sure. I obtained a Bachelor of Science in Geological Sciences from the University of Michigan.
And what professional certifications do you hold?
I'm currently a registered professional geologist in the states of Wyoming and Nebraska. I also hold current OSHA HAZWOPER training certificates and several other training certificates. Previously, I was also licensed as a licensed remediation specialist in the state of West Virginia.
How are you currently employed?
On July 5th, 2022, I became the project manager with Marcom as the primary contractor for KPK under the compliance plan agreement.
And prior to becoming the project manager for Marcom on the KPK CPA work, how were you employed?
I have over 20 years of general environmental consulting work, primarily servicing governmental and non-governmental clients, with a recent focus in the last 3.5 years of servicing oil and gas clients in North Dakota, excuse me.
Thank you. Mr. Totkus, can you briefly describe primary contractor's responsibilities under the compliance plan agreement?
Sure, I looked them up myself. I'm going to have to refer to my notes to remember them all, but accomplished work under the CPA, and that includes overseeing and performing all the technical environmental site assessment work. We oversee all the scheduling, reporting, and other activities to ensure deadlines are met. We review, approve, and submit all documentation and reporting. We supervise all non-technical work, and in addition, we retain all communications.
Thank you. What does the position of project manager that you now hold entail based on your experience thus far?
Yeah, I primarily ensure the technical requirements as a primary contractor met. So my personal responsibilities, I use all of our project management tools that we have available to us, including our database and other tracking systems, to ensure that Marcom is overseeing and performing all the technical work for the environmental site assessments, that we have all the proper record keeping, that we're overseeing the scheduling and reporting and other activities to ensure that deadlines are met. And again, I review, approve, and submit all documentation.
Thank you. How did you orient yourself with the state of KPK's activities under the CPA when you first started in July of this past year?
Yeah, I mean, first I started with actually reviewing the CPA and getting familiar with the 13 requirements in section 4 of it, including the GRIP, prioritized the review of the GRIP, and the site prioritizations that were in the GRIP, including attachment 5 of the I think it was the 18 sites in attachment 5 to the GRIP, and then subsequently the May revisions to those site prioritizations. I also identified all of our available resources. I reviewed all the previously submitted implementation schedules that were provided in forms. I reviewed the available master tracking spreadsheet that we had developed, that Ms. Gallus had developed, and then did a pretty thorough review of all the outstanding COAs and previously submitted forms, and started tracking those. I had identified pretty quickly some evidence of compliance with the CPA in areas that needed some additional work based on comments that had been provided in previous commission hearings. And then I set about putting all those pieces together to develop new tracking tools to more effectively manage the ongoing work under the CPA, relaying that project information to staff and KPK, I had to bring on some additional resources and was able to build a pretty awesome team to help me in supporting all this work. And we developed and implemented the new work scopes to continue the work that was required under the CPA.
Thank you. You mentioned Ms. Gallus a moment ago. She was the original project manager for Marcom starting, I think, when Marcom was designated primary contractor in late November of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've succeeded her as of July 5 of 2022 as the project manager for Marcom?
Yes.
Thank you. Just want to clarify that. Was that transition from Ms. Gallus to you and your transition getting up to speed on this important project, the KPK account for Marcom, was that a smooth transition?
No, I wouldn't characterize it as smooth, just because we didn't have much time to discuss where things were and what her vision was for moving forward. But it did give me an opportunity because of that. It gave me an opportunity to factor in all the information that I discovered previously, to kind of change our project management course from prioritizing the field implementations to taking more of a holistic approach with the compliance with the CPA. So incorporating much more of the form submittals, the documentation of compliance with the other documents, including the spill response plans and the waste management plans, and then continuing to prioritize the field implementations and remedial actions that had been approved in those other form submittals.
Thank you. How many sites are you managing under the CPA?
I think I counted 72 last time. The CPA lists more, but we've condensed some of the remediation project numbers to 72, I believe.
And is that an unusually large and challenging number of sites to oversee and manage toward full remediation in your experience?
It's a pretty large number of sites for a portfolio of sites, for sure. But that's a comparable number of sites that was in the portfolio I was contributing with the project management and senior technical lead on a portfolio that had a comparable number of sites at my other employer. So was able to take a lot of those portfolio management tools and apply those to this too.
And that was the prior position with Earth Systems concerning oil and gas facilities in North Dakota?
Yes.
Thank you. You mentioned the GRIP a moment ago. What about the other major plans required for the CPA? Did you review them for purposes of getting started as project manager?
Yeah. So there were two big ones, the spill response plan and the waste management plan. I reviewed those. In addition, I provided some review of later revisions to the waste management plan with my other Marcom technical preparers and reviewers to address outstanding staff comments on that plan. I also participated in one of the on-site in-person trainings for the spill response plan and the waste management plan with KPK staff at their office.
And has Marcom conducted training against those plans, the waste management plan and the spill release reporting training plan?
Yes, Marcom personally oversaw, I believe, 2 sessions of training in July and August of 2022, at which point we transitioned the remaining training coordination management to KPK.
Is Mr. Meese overseeing that training?
As far as I know, yes.
And that he talked about that in his prior testimony, did he not?
I believe so, yes.
You were listening to that, as I recall.
Yes.
Okay. How would you generally characterize KPK's adherence to those plans and its conduct of work at the many CPA-related or CPA-covered locations?
I would characterize it as being compliant with the intent of those plans.
Very good.
And it's yeah, it's yeah.
Thank you. Does that mean there is never an instance of a fence being down or signage on a waste pile not being replaced properly at the end of a work shift?
No, I mean, yeah, weather changes, site conditions change, but the compliance with the plan and the intent of adhering to compliance with the plans is clearly there. And honestly, I feel like it's much improved versus some of the exhibits and demonstrations that staff have previously provided during commission hearings that I observed. So I would say both of those plans are being implemented. In addition, there is inspections to ensure compliance with those plans. And when deficiencies are found, they're addressed. Whether those deficiencies are found by the roustabout crews or by us or even staff, there is follow-up and there's documentation of the follow-up.
Thank you. Speaking of spill reporting, what is Marcom's role in the reporting of spills?
So we have two primary roles. Currently with our sites that are covered under the GRIP, we provide primary review of outstanding forms or a review of submitted forms, identify any outstanding forms and get those completed and submitted in a manner that's consistent with the COGCC rules. And then also we provide as needed support on the new releases, primarily with the Form 27 submittals. Craig is, like he testified, he's done a great job of assuming responsibility for most of the initial Form 19 reporting on those new spills. But when he needs help with the Form 27s, he requests that from us.
When you say new spills, you're referring to non-CPA locations. Thus,
Correct.
KPK takes that on, not Marcom.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. What about form submission? What was the state of forms submission when you took over as project manager last July?
Yeah, not great. Would say, based on Ms. Gallus's testimony, form submissions were substantially delinquent when I took over, and I had heard the comments from commissioners that they were concerned about that. So again, I took that opportunity when I came on board to kind of shift our management approach and approach to compliance with the CPA to really include, again, that more holistic approach for form submittal and on the ground progress.
And you mentioned the commissioner comments. Was that from the June hearing, the recording of the June hearing?
Yeah, that's what we
Did you listen to that as part of your getting up to speed as the new project manager?
Yeah.
Very good. Concerning field implementation of forms, can you speak to that, the follow through, not just getting forms approved, but actually implementing conditions of approval in the field?
Yeah, so during my review, I identified some instances where there were concerns about the kind of the follow through, that once a form was submitted, that there needed to be, the follow through with the actual implementation of the work. So again, trying to shift that management approach to once the form's approved, getting that on the schedule, and whether or not be, scheduling the subcontractors and discussing updating the schedule with KPK about when we will be implementing that work, or discussing additional remedial activities and getting the field crew scheduled to do that. Just trying to expedite those implementations of those plans.
Thank you. I believe you heard on cross-exam, Ms. Stafford asked Mr. Neese whether or not he agreed there are 3 closures to date. Can you confirm that is the correct number?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you happy with that number?
I'd like to see more progress. That's been a clear directive from the commissioners that they would like to see that. But I also recognize that some of these sites have some technical complexities and do require like reclamation plans and groundwater monitoring that can substantially delay obtaining an NFA on those. So I'm pleased that we've made a lot of progress on almost all of these sites. But the NFA is the end goal. But I think with our focus on the revised project management techniques that we're using to ensure protection of human health, public health, the environment, wildlife resources, that I'm pleased with the progress where we are right now.
I believe you mentioned that there are a number of sites close to closure. That's the progress you're referring to in that last answer.
Oh yeah, well, I think we provided at least 9 different examples.
Let's talk about those. Would those be the sites that are listed in table 1 of KPK's pre-hearing statement, Mr.
Yeah.
Todd?
Yeah, that's what I was referring to, sorry.
Mr. Killian, my colleague, is going to screen share at this point, and we're using a demonstrative to allow Mr. Totkus to speak to those close to closure sites, if you will, the table 1 sites in our pre-hearing statement. You can put that in presentation mode. I think we're ready to go.
Are you seeing the presentation right now?
Seeing it, but I'm not sure it's in presentation mode. We see the next slide small and the title slide.
We're also seeing notes slide.
Yeah, we don't want that. There aren't, frankly, I don't think there are notes in that demonstrative. Here we go.
There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Killian, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, a virtual hearing. Mr. Totkus, as Mr. Killian clicks through this, please just explain what we're viewing, and when we get to the individual sites on table 1, you'll see some photographs, and please describe progress at those sites, again, as listed in table 1 of our pre-hearing statement. Thank you.
So it looks like we'll start a lot of the sites along our front range sites here. That's great. That's an aerial photo we're looking at of the soil spread field facility following the removal of the impacted material at that facility. I recently conducted an inspection at that site in October of this year, just to inspect the overall condition of the facility and the site and vegetative growth. I observed that, the reclamation work that had been conducted at that point, looked great. The vegetative growth was very consistent with the surrounding native vegetation growth, and didn't identify any immediate concerns. I also wanted to visit this site because we recently submitted a form proposed to respond to previous comments of staff regarding background metals evaluations, and I proposed a work plan to respond to COAs requesting a groundwater investigation be conducted at that facility.
Thank you, Mr. Totkus. Next slide.
Longmont Farms number 5 is a great example of our progress. So we're looking at a photo of the backfield excavation. In the foreground, you'll note a piezometer that was installed to evaluate depth to groundwater data out there. No groundwater has been identified at that facility or in that excavation. Based on the analytical data that was presented to staff, they agreed to allow backfill of that site, and that work was completed. So in accordance with what Craig testified to before, trying to get these sites backfilled.
If I might,
this is good evidence of the progress we're making towards that.
If I might ask before we proceed to you to clarify, no groundwater was identified as impacted?
No, groundwater was not identified at all. I believe the excavation went to 11 feet or so. A temporary monitoring well was installed, I believe, to 17.5 feet.
Okay.
To evaluate the depth of groundwater. Yep, no groundwater is identified, and no suspected impact to groundwater were identified.
Thank you for that clarification. Next slide.
Yep, another view of the properly graded backfilled excavation. We'll get this site returned to its intended use as a operational oil and gas pad here with our next round of planning.
Thank you. Next slide.
Yeah, Carl Depp, yeah. Yeah, great. This is a great example. I'm happy we were able to discuss this one. This was a former P&A site. We're looking at the site of the former tank battery, I believe it was. And yep, that site, again, the reclamation has been highly successful. Vegetative growth is native with or consistent with, looks to me like a fallow pasture. But yeah, we recently submitted a form on this one requesting NFA based on the site investigation data that we collected. And we're not anticipating any more work at this. So Just to kind of follow up on your question regarding progress. I think this is a great example of, we've already laid the foundation for obtaining more closures. And this will probably hopefully be the first site showing that and demonstrating that.
And that would be the fourth NFA if granted to your request?
Correct.
Fourth closure. Thank you. Next slide.
That Morgan A1, this was a flow line release. We conducted some remedial excavation out there. During the course of that investigation, we identified evidence of another release. So there are two releases attached to that one, but both of those removals are complete, and the primary remedial excavation has been backfilled. Have an outstanding plan with staff to complete the reclamation and the post-reclamation monitoring, and honestly expect NFA hopefully by the fourth quarter of this year on this one.
And the fencing there in the foreground in front of that horsehead pump, what is that?
Well, that's just the other header excavation. We get that backfill on that, I believe, was delayed based on the weather.
Okay, thanks very much for that clarification. Next slide.
Martin J. Schaefer #2 release. This is the beginning of Marcom's involvement with KPK. So this is a great site to discuss about our progress. This is the former, I believe it was the tank pad. But this photo was collected during a post reclamation inspection. You can see a lot of our groundwater monitoring wells that we've installed. The surface protective casings haven't been installed at this point because we wanted to get the site graded and seeded before we did that. So now those surface completions are completed, and yeah, this site's very close. The reclamation looks great. We had an reclamation inspection with the COGCC reclamation inspector, and he agreed that the site looks great.
So those PVC risers we're looking at, those will be after allowing reclamation to proceed, those will be flush mounted and secured for.
I believe they're stick up, so we have steel protective covers on them now to keep them. Yep.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. And that's another picture saying Martin Schaefer, right?
Correct. Again, graded. Looks. I think that might be post seeding as well. So.
Okay. Thank you. Next slide.
That's the H. Hewitt consolidation site. Focus of another remedial investigation. This was a high priority site for KPK prior to my tenure, but there was an adjacent irrigation ditch. KPK was able to get out there and remove the bulk of the soil contaminants. Discuss the plan to apply an in situ amendment to address the remaining soil impacts. Excavations backfilled and tilled and ready for the landowner to resume his use as an agricultural field. And we're in a groundwater monitoring program at this site, showing that the excavation has removed the bulk of the impacts, that the in situ amendment is working, and this site is on a path to closure as well.
So there was in situ material applied in the excavation to treat remaining residual contamination. Is that correct?
Correct. I believe it was a material called COGCC, chemically oxygenated granular activated carbon. Yes. But that was applied to address the impacts that couldn't be excavated before I think the irrigation ditch had to be turned on. So, but yeah, groundwater monitoring data indicates that was very successful.
Thank you. Let's go back to the prior slide for just a moment. I want to direct your attention to that vehicle tracking lower right. Can you address that briefly?
Yeah, I'd assume it was I'm unaware that it was from us or from KPK. I know the landowner uses that for his own agricultural purposes, and I don't suspect that the vehicle tracking has anything to do with any of our inspections or our site visits or anything like that.
Okay, thank you very much. Next slide. This is another Hewitt C1.
Yeah, that was the one we were looking at before, but yep, that's again another view of the graded and reclaimed facility. I think that might have been, and that photo might have also been recently Till, as a landowner, was going to use that.
Okay. Next slide.
The East Dibert consolidation release, not down the road a little bit from Hewitt. This is an inspection photo, again showing the excavations. The remedial excavations complete. It's been backfilled. This is before we installed the additional groundwater wells to replace the ones that were damaged during the site investigation. This site is also the focus of, was an adjacent domestic water well that was identified. That monitoring is ongoing, and no impacts to the drinking water well have been identified. And I'm pretty pleased to report that my team was able to get all the Form 43s caught up to date for reporting those groundwater analytical results. So all that data is now available via Form 43.
And that bare ground we're looking at, that's all the clean fill pre reclamation?
I think seeding and grading. I
Yeah.
believe the property owner here requested that we leave it bare so that he could seed it and till it himself.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Next slide.
That would be the Gilson A1 facility. We missed a photo of that one. The Gilson A1 facility, that excavation was completed by KPK and backfilled. There were some staff had reported that they had to observe some impacts in contact with groundwater, but we have installed, I believe, 5 groundwater monitoring wells, a source well, and 4 point of compliance wells, and have not identified impacts in the groundwater. And those wells, that data should be, we've collected that data. We'll be conveying that to staff here shortly.
Okay, not sure why our demonstrative doesn't have that photo, but we'll work on that perhaps while you're getting questions and maybe handle that on redirect. Next slide is Walden water flood. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, that's a great example of a few things. This is an operational air sparge SVE system that, based on the reports that I personally review, approve, and provide to staff via the form submissions, that system is fully operational. Is scheduled for 1 more year of operation just to address some minor benzene impacts in one of the near source wells. And we fully expect to begin post-remedial groundwater monitoring in the 4th quarter of this year, I believe, and maybe the 1st quarter of 24. But after that, we'll complete that post-remedial groundwater monitoring. And this site, again, will be seeking an MFA probably in 2024.
Before we leave this slide, a couple of points of clarification. You said air sparge SVE. Can you explain what that means? What remedial, active remediation that entails?
Sure. This air sparge SVE system was installed by the previous operator. KPK took it over at some point. But air sparge and SVE, basically an soil vapor extraction system, utilizes a vacuum blower to remove volatile organic compounds from the surface, including petroleum hydrocarbons, and that treats natal zone soils or unsaturated zone soils, whereas an air sparge system injects atmospheric air to volatilize organic constituents from the groundwater, thereby allowing the SVE to recover them. So you get soil treatment with the SVE and a groundwater treatment with the air sparge.
The air sparge is actually blowing that ambient air into the groundwater to bubble it up and drive the volatiles out. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's a very good way to put it.
Thank you. Next slide. So that shows the Front Range sites again and the Walden water flood and aerial proximity to orient what we've been talking about for the commissioners. Are these all high priority sites? What we've talked about, these Front Range and Walden water flood sites that are on table 1 of KPK's pre-hearing statement, Mr. Totkus?
No. I'm trying to remember the sites on the appendix 5 to the GRIP, but no. these sites, I think, are excellent demonstrations of KPK's ability to conduct remedial activities at sites that don't necessarily fall under really a higher priority site. Although I will caveat that with Morgan A1, I think, was on the initial Appendix 5. That was a high priority site. That also made that the high priority site to the May updates as well. So at least a few of them are.
And that priority on attachment 5 has been adjusted through the use of other prioritization tools in the interim. That GRIP attachment 5 was submitted January 31 of 2022, was it not?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah.
The GRIP, with the final GRIP.
Okay, thank you. What about progress at other sites? Our time allocation in this hearing doesn't permit extended review of additional sites, but if you have a handful of sites that you'd like to talk about where progress and work at the site has been significant, I think the commissioners would be interested in that.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's easy to come up with examples.
Please.
You know, just thinking of the other adjudicated NOAV sites, the UPR 43 Pan Am G facility, we recently submitted a report where we summarized all of our site investigation data and provided a conclusion that the remedial excavation is substantially complete, that we can backfill that excavation with a reclamation plan, that our initial groundwater monitoring data does not indicate that there's impacts to groundwater. And once we get that excavation backfill, we'll continue the groundwater monitoring until we can request NFA, but we're not proposing or planning any additional corrective actions out there other than preparing and implementing a remedial action plan. Another NOAV site that was discussed briefly was the Grant tank battery. We've been able to provide site assessment data to the point where staff have agreed to allow us to backfill that excavation. We're proposing in situ corrective action technologies, again, utilizing something similar to the AirSparge SVE system or COGAC. We're proposing to pilot test both of those technologies since we do have some evidence that they've been working at other sites or have been working at other sites.
Good. Can I pause you there for a moment on Grant? Yeah. Thank you. You may recall that Ms. Stafford asked some questions of Mr. Meese about the Grant tank battery location involving vehicle tracking and whether or not BMPs to prevent tracking of material offsite were in place. Mr. Killian, if you could bring up staff exhibit 1082B, photos 1 and 5, first photo 1 and screen share. Thank you. As you look at this picture, can you tell me if that is evidence of tracking of material other than water off premise, or is that moisture on the tires of the trucks leaving the premise?
Objection. Counsel is testifying.
I'm asking him to see if he can tell if the BMPs are not working, rephrasing the question.
Just let's not lead. Just have the witness do the testifying.
I'm sorry, I had trouble hearing your ruling.
I said rephrase the question.
Thank you. Do you see this picture presented by staff to Mr. Meese?
I do see the photo, yes.
Can you tell what material is on the pavement that looks like tracking?
No, I mean, it looks wet to me. The angle of the sun.
Okay.
No.
So you're not entirely sure if there's mud, for example, or simply water that's been tracked onto the pavement in this picture?
No, and we've conducted two site visits to this site prior to this photo being taken. I personally visited the site, I believe in November, and then we conducted a second site inspection in late December. And neither one of those inspections identified instances of vehicle tracking or anything. So I don't have any personal experience about, or
Thank you.
we haven't personally observed this, so.
Thank you. And do you agree with Mr. Meese that this time of year it can be particularly challenging to prevent vehicle tracking?
Yes, I do. Both of our visits, there was snow on the ground. So I don't think it's unreasonable to think that the snow melt could be a source of this tracking.
Thank you. Next slide. This is photo 5. Also, same questions for this photo. Can you tell what's being tracked?
No, I can't. I mean, all I see is a snow melt and possibly a mud puddle at the end of what looks to be like a tracking pad. Our inspections, again, they were snow on the ground when we conducted our inspections, so we didn't observe this in our inspections.
Thank you. Getting back to the other sites that you wanted to talk about with respect to reasonable progress, you can stop screen share, Mr. Killian. You stopped at Grant Tank Battery, and I think you wanted to talk about maybe a few more.
Yeah, so we spoke about the spread field, the Grant, the Uper 43, Martin J. Schaefer, but another good example is George Norden. We submitted a Form 27 to staff, comparing our data to some source data, requesting backfill. Staff had a few comments about the methodology, but we ultimately were able to determine that soil concentrations were consistent with background, and we're requesting backfill out there with a groundwater monitoring program. So again, another great example of remedial excavation is complete, and we're moving on to the next phase.
Thank you. Any other sites you wanted to address for the commissioner's benefit, reflecting progress?
Yeah, it's always easy. We can keep going on this.
Oh, no, we can't take too much
No,
time. We have a 4-hour limit, and we need to keep moving along. Just one or two, maybe.
No, I'll just go NESU, the NESU consolidation. I know that was the last remaining adjudicated NOAV site. Took a little while to negotiate access with the property owner out there to continue work, but we were able to get out there and collect some background and some new excavations samples, and kind of know what we're looking for to continue the progress out there. And now that we've got some discussions going on with the property owner, I feel pretty confident that when we get our next scope proposed to staff, that we'll be able to implement that in a timely manner.
Has there been an issue with the property owner regarding access at that site?
Yes. So when I initially spoke with KPK about accessing that site this summer, it sounds like he had been reluctant to allow access. They didn't really explain why, but I just kept requesting it, and apparently he agreed. He wants to see progress just as much as we do. So he's like, "Yeah, come on out."
Thank you. Thank you for those examples. How are you determining priority sites for work at present?
Initially, we were looking at the various priorities that were established either in a attachment 5 to the GRIP, then much more recently, the May updates to the high priority ranking. When I came on board, I prioritized a lot of the sites that needed site investigation data in order to come up with either a remedial action plan or to evaluate the extensive investigation, to respond to COAs for groundwater investigations. And then more recently, with the final updates to the risk ranking sheet that Craig mentioned, what sites do represent a risk based on the criteria that staff had established, and prioritizing those along with the prioritization of continuing the progress that we've made with these excavations and getting them backfilled and moving them to the next phase.
Thank you. So you're using that risk ranking Google document?
Yeah, so we use that to. Yep.
Thank you. What have been your primary emphases in your work as project manager in the last 7 months?
Number one is just establish and maintain compliance with the CPA and the requirements therein. So all of our recent prioritizations for work on the ground have again been to backfill those excavations, move them to the next phase, prioritizing the sites where we need to show to implement the work plans that are approved, or complete the site investigations and assessments to continue to evaluate remedial technologies. Again, I'll also add getting current on forms was another huge priority.
Yeah, that was my next question, actually.
Okay. Yeah.
What about form submission and the rate of forms being returned to draft? Talk about your emphasis on form submission, and then maybe we can talk about the incidents, the rate of forms being returned to draft.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time and effort getting caught up on forms, and we're supplying a lot more data than was previously provided in forms, whether that just be the new analytical data, the updates to the site maps, updated receptor information, and it's been a big push. So we've been submitting a lot of forms with the emphasis of getting those forms concurrent with the CPA. So
how successful was that effort, say, as of the end of 2022?
I feel like it was very successful. I believe I only identified 2 sites where we didn't have a fourth quarter submission for a CPA covered site.
And that's a substantial improvement since the June hearing?
I would say so, and I believe there were more than 35 sites, I think, that didn't have current forms.
Okay, a lot of progress there.
Yes.
Thank you. Well, now let's talk about the rate of forms being returned to draft. As we know from KPK's recent motion to amend and staff's response, a significant percentage of forms being submitted to staff for CPA locations are returned to draft, some multiple times. Staff has indicated this is entirely due to the inaccuracies and inadequacies in Marcom's preparation of the forms, typically forms 27 supplemental. You believe that's a fair characterization by staff?
No, I don't.
Please explain.
Well, like I said, we're submitting a lot of information on forms. There's a lot of attachments. A great example of that's Martin J. Schaefer. I think we had 65 attachments that had to be incorporated into that report. So, I'm aware that, we have identified some issues, and I know staff has identified some issues with submittals, primarily incomplete waste disposal documentation, maybe some missing values on our tables. More specifically, they want the non-detect values replaced with the actual laboratory reporting values, which we've been able to accommodate. And also a lot of the GPS data that reflects field data, field measurements, and not necessarily notebook measurements and mapped measurements. So we've been addressing that, but like I said, with all the forms, I feel like there's been a fair amount of inconsistency and reasons for why the forms are being returned to draft.
Is one of the reasons that forms are returned to draft that certain information had been previously submitted by Marcom?
Yes. So one of my primary goals coming on board, and in an effort to show that the waste management plan was being completed, we requested a lot of updated waste disposal documentation from KPK to substantiate the remediation volumes, soil excavation volumes that were going into our forms. So we were provided with a tremendous amount of information that we added to the database, and then we use that to generate the PDFs for submittal in those forms. What happened was a lot of those documents, as Craig attested to before, there are copies that are missing. They had illegible or non-visible signatures and stuff. So staff initially identified that. We've been trying to correct those with, again, getting those updated forms that Craig mentioned directly from the invoices. But during the reviews of those, we've ended up submitting a lot of disposal documentation that apparently was submitted in previous forms. And staff have pointed that out to us, and we're trying to correct that. But that seemed to be a big focus for some of the return to drafts, was the opportunity to fix those disposal documents.
But is it not the case that duplicate attachments is a basis for returning a form to draft in many instances? Yeah,
we have some, we submit duplicate attachments, or what we think are duplicate attachments. There seems to be two instances where staff are returning those to draft. Either we're extracting, for example, a groundwater flow figure from a report to include that as a standalone document. Hopefully that we're making that easier for staff to review the form, but that document is also included in the report. So it appears to me that some of the returns of drafts are because we're submitting those duplicative attachments. But there's also been instances where we've previously submitted information because we don't have current or more up-to-date information. So we submit that older information or document, analytical report, whatever it might be, just so they have the most recent version in there. And we're hopefully to kind of support the conclusions and recommendations that we're providing in those forms. The intent would be that we're making that a little easier for staff to review. Unfortunately, I think they view that as duplicative and not necessary. So they again return those to draft.
So have you stopped attaching items previously submitted, even if they would support a conclusion in the form?
Yeah, we've been
trying that.
Correct, and then try to incorporate more comments into the operator comment section, explaining why we did or did not attach an attachment that you might consider duplicative.
Thank you. Do you have a recent example of this type of maybe intent to provide a standalone form, but staff returning it to draft for having submitted duplicate or perceived duplicate attachments?
Yeah, there's a couple examples. The duplicative one, with the example I found, I believe it was a facility 4 North. It was returned to draft because we attached an older groundwater flow figure. I believe it was like a third quarter 22 figure. And the comment for the return to draft was that there were duplicative attachments. There wasn't much clarification in the comment, so we assumed it was that groundwater flow figure.
Okay.
But we updated the report and resubmitted it, I believe removing that.
Does data availability also come up in the case of forms being returned to draft?
Yeah, I think sometimes, again, like we don't have the most up-to-date information, so we'll submit what we do have available to support our outstanding recommendations or work plan recommendations.
Thank you. Yep, these misunderstandings, these can't this be clarified with staff with a simple phone call? Can't you just say, hey, I want to attach this because it supports my conclusion? Won't that resolve this? This sounds like it's an unnecessary return of forms to draft.
Yeah, I would say yes, that would work. That would be very helpful in my opinion. But we don't have very much direct telephone communication with staff.
Okay.
I would agree with Craig's testimony. We try to be respectful of staff's workload and time.
Fair enough.
By not reaching out them directly, but we're not being contacted either.
So what is the consequence of these varying directives? Any misunderstandings about duplicative attachments, missing attachments, even when data are not available and they're claimed as missing? What's the consequence for your ability to proceed with the work proposed in the form?
Well, I think that the most immediate consequence is the negative perception of quality of our forms and submissions. And then, that results in us just having a lot of forms returned to draft more than we really feel like would be necessary. And since some of these forms, they can take more than 30 days to get to the point where staff have provided comments and return it to draft and allow us to address those comments. Sometimes staff is able to address once we resubmit a form. Staff is sometimes able to complete the review pretty quickly, and then sometimes not. So there's, it ultimately just really ends up delaying our implementations that we're proposing. And the consequence of that is I do have to adjust the longer term planning for implementations and have KPK reallocate resources and to those adjustments.
So what have you done that you can control to improve the form submission process and reduce the rate of forms being returned to draft and delaying work at the site?
There's a couple different things that we've done. There were some reoccurring comments and returns of drafts to, do the simple things or the reoccurring things, the waste documentation, the opportunities to fix those and better QA/QC those before we include those as attachments. Like I said, we've already implemented the changes to the data presentation tables to accommodate those type of comments. Internally, we're tracking those comments and identifying what are the global things. And then, we've also revised our internal QA/QC procedures, which includes a much more thorough review of the attachments and making sure, one, they're up to date, they're applicable, and that they're not duplicative.
Very good. Are you familiar with the definition of NFA determination in the CPA?
I reviewed it, yes.
And there's a number of factors in there, are there not?
Yes.
Some that might preclude an NFA status being granted take quite a bit of time, don't they?
Correct. Yeah, I spoke about the groundwater monitoring requirement if you have to, the implementation of a reclamation plan if you have to implement a reclamation plan.
Would that also include the removal of monitoring wells and remedial systems?
Yes.
And also
Based on my review.
information.
Yeah.
And that's all in the CPA at page 2 in the definitions.
I believe that's where it is. Yes.
So that can take a year or years to get to NFA if those factors are required by staff in their discretion. Would you agree?
Yes, because there's a minimum 1-year groundwater monitoring requirement post backfill. So even once you've completed remedial excavation and get the excavation backfill, if you have a groundwater concern that you have to monitor, assuming the groundwater is clean, you still have a minimum 1-year monitoring requirement. On top of that, we'd have to wait for the approval of the remediation being complete and then implement the well abandonment activities and stuff. So there could be at least another quarterly submittal between things are all done.
So speaking of NFAs and progress in obtaining closure, is there any metric in the CPA for what constitutes compliance with, progress? How many NFAs you've got to your knowledge?
I haven't found any connection in the CPA with no further actions and compliance. No.
That still is the goal, however, all the work you've described at these close to closure sites and some other sites, that's still the goal, is to get closure.
Absolutely.
Finally, how would you well, you've already talked about communication. Mr. Todkus, just a couple more questions on direct. Do you have any doubt that if allowed to continue implementing the CPA, that more NFAs will be obtained and progress on the ground will continue to improve over the remaining 4 years of the plan?
Absolutely. Like I said, all the work that's been done so far is already starting to bear fruit with like, for example, the Carl or DEP report, no evidence of impacts, no evidence of a release. And hopefully an easy, no further action based on the analytical that we provided to staff.
Very good. I have no further questions on direct.
Okay, at this point, we have Ms. Stafford with Cross.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. And if I might, could I request a 5-minute break just to gather some of my questions together here?
Yeah, that's fine. Let's return at 2:55.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to get going again. At this time, we have the witness Kevin Talkus, and he is subject to cross-examination by staff attorney Caitlin Stafford.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. Good afternoon, Mr. Totkus. It's nice to see you again.
Hello, nice to see you as well.
So I'm just going to dive right in here because your testimony covered a lot of different topics, and I want to make sure we can use our time efficiently here. So as part of your testimony, you stated you became the project manager as of July 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
And previous to that, you worked mainly with oil and gas clients in North Dakota?
Yes.
But not in Colorado?
No.
So prior to your elevation to project manager, you had not worked under COGCC rules before?
No.
Thank you. I want to move to the project tracking that we've been discussing here. So you mentioned that to get up to speed with the CPA requirements, you did a thorough review. You reviewed open corrective actions and different COAs, conditions of approval. Is that right?
Yes.
And you mentioned the project tracking spreadsheet that you worked on for Marcom. Is that correct?
I believe I mentioned Ms. Gallus's initial project tracking, and then I believe I mentioned the updated one that I created based on my review and project management.
Thank you for that clarification. And you're also aware that staff has maintained tracking spreadsheets to keep track of these projects subject to the CPA, right?
Yes, I believe this was shared with us.
Okay. And is it true in those tracking, in tracking these projects, staff has attempted to work with KPK to develop a projects ranking spreadsheet that you can both use together at the same time?
I believe staff have indicated that was the intent of the risk ranking sheet, yes.
Okay. So I want to share my screen here for a second and walk through 2 exhibits with you briefly. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked as staff exhibit 1330. My records indicate this does not have an objection attached to it. So following the hearing in June, I believe staff requested that you work together to fill this ranking spreadsheet out. Is that correct?
I don't see the risk ranking sheet.
Well, this is an email discussing I'll get there in a second. I just am asking about working together on this sheet.
Yes, she initially indicated, I believe that's correct.
Okay. And so what we're looking at here, there's an email from August 5th where I believe, and please correct me if I read this wrong, Nikki, I don't have editing rights to the project ranking sheet. It's asking me to log in as Levi. Could you please add me and resend the link? So you did not try to log into this spreadsheet until August 5th, 2022?
That sounds about right.
Okay. And now I want to move to what's been marked as staff exhibit 1331. Again, I do not believe this received an objection from KPK. I apologize for the very small font here. But this is what staff has marked as this project ranking spreadsheet that was supposed to be populated by Marcom and KPK. Does this look familiar to you?
It's pretty small, but I believe it is, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I can try to zoom in more, and I apologize for how small all the text is. Now, if we scroll down here, we can take a look at the version history here. And what is highlighted here is that it looks like this was only recently completed by Marcom and for KPK on January 10th. Is that an accurate reflection of this spreadsheet?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing my screen here. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about plan implementation, and this is related to the GRIP, the spill reporting plan, and the waste management plan. Would you agree that all three of those plans incorporate COGCC rules, current COGCC rules?
Based on my review, yes.
Okay. And you also mentioned in your discussion of plan implementation that KPK was attempting to properly implement best management practices on site. Is that correct?
Best management practices inconsistent with the plans, yes.
Consistent with the plans and COGCC rules?
Yes.
I would like to again share my screen and share with you. This is what has been marked as staff exhibit 1021. Again, if I'm wrong, I am sure Mr. Jacobs will correct me, but I do not believe this was received an objection. These are photos from a staff inspection depicting the UPRR 43 Pan Am G consolidation. Is that correct?
That is what it's labeled as.
Thank you. And it looks like these, from what we can see from the photos here, these pictures are dated January 5th, 2023.
Couple different versions of writing the date, but that's what it looks like, yes.
Understood. I want to scroll down to this second picture here and try to enlarge this as best as I can. Now, this is a depiction, it appears to be showing the fencing at this remediation. Is that what you're seeing?
That's what it looks like, yes.
Are you also seeing the gaps in the fencing right around this particular area here?
A little fuzzy. I mean, it looks like it's intact based on the photo.
Would you agree on the left-hand side of the picture here that the construction fencing appears to be downed, not completely downed, but at least halfway downed?
Based on the angle you're providing, I might agree that it's sagging, but not down.
Sagging. Thank you. I will stop sharing my screen for a second there. You also mentioned in the discussion of plan implementation that Marcom has been conducting inspections as required by the GRIP. Is that correct?
Yes.
But upon request from staff, you haven't produced these site inspection notes. Is that correct?
Staff has not requested the inspection notes.
I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, prior to the June hearing, staff made a request for for inspection materials related to on-site inspections. Is that not correct?
If I might interject, I believe Ms. Stafford is referring to a request that was withdrawn by staff prior to the June hearing, and it has not been renewed.
I appreciate the correction there, Mr. Jacobs. I am also referring to other requests made by staff on site to view site notes that were being taken at the time of an inspection.
Ms. Stafford, just proceed with your cross-examination and we'll let the witness answer what he can.
Okay.
Was that your question?
My question is, have you declined requests from staff to turn over site inspection notes recently?
No, I'm unaware of any requests for those inspection notes.
Okay. Now I would like to turn to some of the discussion of the NOAV locations that you went through. And specifically, I'd like to talk about, I believe what you characterized as the progress that has been made at the Grant Tank Battery. Now, it's true that fairly recently, KPK and Marcom began backfilling at that site. Is that correct?
The backfill request was approved and the work's been being conducted, yes.
Okay. And I'd like to, again, share my screen. I've put up what's been marked as Exhibit 1081A. This is an email exchange between you and Ms. Graber, Mr. Meese, Mr. Kirk, and Mr. Greg Duranlo, who is the environmental manager. Does that appear to you? Can you see that?
Yes.
And this email is dated December 15th, 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Now you state in the email that you visited the site on November 30th and that you've attached a photo. Is that correct?
May I interject, please? Let the witness examine the text of the email. We're moving kind of quickly with exhibits, even in a live hearing.
I can wait.
Once you've finished reviewing, just say, okay, I've reviewed the email, Mr. Totkus. Thank you.
I reviewed the email. Thank you.
You're welcome. So the text of the email indicates that you visited the site on November 30th, excuse me, and that there was a verbal notification provided on December 1st. Is that right?
Notice of backfill being conducted, yes.
Okay. But then I'm going to flip back to Exhibit 1081. I'll give you some time to look through. Actually, let me scroll down to the piece I would like you to look at. This is part of an email chain. I believe it looks like it was a separate chain than what was originally provided in the other email. So I'll give you an opportunity to look at this text.
If I may, I can't tell looking at this if Mr. Totkus was copied on this email exchange you're focusing on between Nikki Graber and Craig Meese. Could you scroll up, please? Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Totkus, let me know when you're good to go.
I'm done. Thank you.
Now, according to this particular email, Mr. Meese indicates that backfill began on November 21st. Is that correct?
Based on the email, yes.
So it appears there's some inconsistency here with KPK and Marcom's understanding of when backfill at Grant began. Is that right?
What do you mean inconsistencies?
Compared to the email that you read right before this, it appears to indicate that work began earlier than staff was aware.
That is correct.
Thanks. I will stop sharing now. Is it also true at Grant that the point of compliance has not been established and that staff granted backfill in furtherance of public safety?
we've identified multiple points of compliance through soil borings and monitoring wells. So I don't know if that portion is correct. Staff did put in the approval of the form granting backfill, that they acknowledged that it was in the interest of public safety.
I'm going to share my screen again. What you should be looking at now has been marked as Exhibit 1082. This appears to be another email from between largely the same group as before, from Nikki Graber to Craig Meese and you, Mr. Takas, and some others copied as well. Is that what you see?
Yes.
Now I'd like to scroll down to the bottom of this first page here. And I'll give you a moment to read that at number 6. And I'll read this into the record here. It says, proposed soil sampling section states horizontal and vertical extent of soil impacts have been established. However, impacts have not been delineated laterally. Exceedances for TPH, benzene, ethylbenzene, 1, 2, 4, and 1, 3, 5 TMB, 1 and 2, methylnaphthalene, naphthalene pH, and 1.25. I'm not going to read the measurement there for barium or vertically pH. Operator shall establish points of compliance for both soil and groundwater within 45 days of approval of this form. So Mr. Takas, I go back to my initial question. It's true at Grant that point of compliance has not been established. Is that correct?
No. This email was sent prior to our response that we recently submitted that form and addressed those COAs, wherein we provided information on points of compliance for both soil and groundwater. In that form, we also acknowledged that offsite groundwater impacts were identified and that we presented a plan to continue groundwater monitoring to evaluate if that was high, low, or what the trend was in the groundwater concentrations in that well. That's the only point where we haven't established a point of compliance. We have cross gradient, up gradient points of compliance for both soil and groundwater established at that site.
And when was that established?
In the form prior to this document, it was established, and we reiterated that based on additional review of site characterization data in the subsequent form responding to these COAs, that we had identified those points of compliance. And we had identified the background points that we used to establish those points of compliance.
Do you have a clean down gradient groundwater monitoring well that you can point to?
We do. It's MW6.
MW6. And so would that include both inorganic and organics?
I believe so, yes.
That is not staff's understanding of this site. I'm going to stop sharing and move on to my next question, my next round of questions here. Now we walked through, I believe it was table 1 that had been attached to, or that was part of KPK's pre-hearing statement. And these were all different, and correct me if I'm wrong, different sites that KPK and Marcom deemed close to, or excuse me, that KPK and Marcom had deemed that the removal of the threat to health and environment had been removed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, isn't it true at the Steiber consolidation site that no point of compliance has been achieved yet?
No.
At the Morgan A1, there's a second spill on site, is that correct?
Yes, I believe at the header.
And that spill hasn't been that second spill has been open for 111 days. Is that correct? Give or take?
I believe we closed that spill under the existing remediation number, so I don't believe that's correct.
Now with the Carl R. Depp site, wasn't this site backfilled prior to the CPA?
I don't believe there was a remedial excavation conducted.
Is it true that samples were only just collected on December 19th
I believe that's correct.
and staff had not received those results until this week?
Correct.
Is it true there was no approved work plan for this sampling event?
No.
I believe there is a return to draft communication reflecting, are you aware of any return to draft communications reflecting no approval on this particular form?
Carl R. Depp?
Yes.
No, I'm not aware of any return to draft comments.
So it appears that staff's understanding of the site does not line up with yours. Would you say that?
I didn't have that impression until you brought this up. No.
Okay, and then for the Longmont Farms number 5, it appears that partial backfill occurred prior to the CPA at this location. Again, is that correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
So that partial backfill was approved in September of 2021?
I don't remember the comment approving the backfill, limiting it to partial. It was an approval of the backfill, but I think the time frame is correct.
And then that backfill was only completed in November 2022?
Thought it was earlier than that, possibly September.
Okay, and so on this table here, and at least the testimony you went through, it appears that you had stated at least 10 sites are, quote, close to closures. Is that correct?
I believe there were 9 sites listed in table 1 under the pre-hearing statement.
I guess I was talking about your testimony where you were going through different sites that you thought were close to closure, not necessarily listed on table 1. Either way,
I'm sorry.
we have 3 that have achieved closure, and then either adding this 9 or 10 that are close. So would you agree that if everything was closed tomorrow, that's just a total of 13 of 58 remediation sites?
Sure. That's the math, yes.
Okay. Now, I want to move to some of these requests for closure, or at least the discussion that we had, or that you had with your council. Of the 3 closures, were they all a direct result of field work performed on the ground and overseen by Marcom?
The closure of the McElwain, I believe the 4417 P&A work was, we submitted the form that provided the information for the closure. So there was no field work conducted, but we did the reporting.
So that was, excuse me, I'm sorry. And so that you would agree that's an administrative closure then?
There was no further action request based on the analytical. I mean, if that's administrative, sure.
It's staff's understanding that this was an administrative closure because of duplicative submittals. Isn't that right?
That is what was conveyed to me via email, but until I submitted the no further action request based on the analytical that was available, I was unaware that it would be an administrative closure.
Throughout the time that you've been working on this compliance plan agreement, have you made requests for closure at different sites? At different sites subject to the CPA, excuse me?
The only one that we've identified a request for closure right now is the Carl R. Depp site, and that form was submitted this week.
So that was submitted just prior to this hearing.
Correct.
And it appears based on different records, did you make a request for closure at the McCallum 33 remediation location?
Yes, I did.
So you would agree that you've requested closure but prior to this week?
I did, yes, I am. Yes.
And that,
I forgot about
request
that one,
was
sorry.
denied by staff?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure, and that request to close the McCallum 33 was denied by staff?
Correct. My request was based on the GPS data that I had obtained from the file review. But staff were able to identify that those, based on the GPS data, that those were indeed two separate facilities.
Isn't it true that you requested closure without ever taking a single sample on site?
That is correct.
Okay. Now I want to touch on something that was stated in the pre-hearing statement, and I think you talked about a little bit in your discussion of this no further action. You know, there was a statement that, you know, staff has broad discretion with respect to closing sites. Has COGCC denied any closure requests based on the basis that final reclamation is not complete?
Can you repeat the question?
Has COGCC staff denied any closure requests because final reclamation was not complete?
I don't believe so.
Okay. I want to turn a little bit to your discussion about requesting backfill at sites. And this relates to, I believe, the project ranking that you discussed that occurred post the June hearing. Were you prioritizing backfill at these quote high priority sites prior to recently? And recently meaning December?
I was prioritizing backfill at sites that were identified as high priority, including Grant and Morgan. Those are the two that I would agree with that, yes.
So you weren't prioritizing backfill at sites that were hazardous to public safety?
I identified Grant and Morgan as the most high priority sites in terms of protecting human health and public safety.
Okay. Just give me 1 minute. I am flipping through my notes here. I'd like to bring up an exhibit here. I believe this has been marked as exhibit 1019. I will share my screen. Can you see that clearly?
Yes.
Okay. This is what's been marked as staff exhibit 1019. I don't believe there's any objection that was raised on this particular one. I want to, this is the, I think, this is the email I'd like you to just briefly review, and then I have a couple of questions for you.
Can I ask a clarifying question during my review?
Sure.
I don't have my tracking for remediation numbers. Could you clarify what site this is for?
Sure, this is for one of the NOAV locations. This is the UPRR 43 Pan Am G consolidated.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I've reviewed it. Thank you.
Now, in the form that is being referenced by Ms. Graber here, is it true that you requested backfill under the operator comments?
Are you referring to this version of the form prior to her return to draft, or the subsequent submittal where we responded to these comments?
I'm referring to this point in time when the form was returned to draft on December 15th. Had you requested backfill at the site?
I believe there was a request for backfill in that version of the form, yes.
But then under the implementation schedule and remediation action plan, there was an indication that further excavation was needed?
No, I believe the comment said that further excavation wasn't feasible due to the proximity to an adjacent roadway.
Okay. I will stop sharing my screen. I want to direct you back to, I believe it was KPK's demonstrative exhibit with reference to the Gilson remediation. Are you familiar with the Gilson? I believe it's the Gilson A1.
Yes.
Now, are you aware on that demonstrative photo that the map is does not actually, that demonstrative photo is incorrect? It does not label the location of that remediation correctly?
Would you be able to show me the photo?
Sure. I think it might be easier if KPK could show their demonstrative again, if that would be easier. Or at least the Gilson picture.
I don't believe there was a photo in the demonstrative, I believe.
It was an overview, excuse me.
There's an aerial and
A Google aerial.
Google push pin identifying Gilson A1. That's the one for which a photo was perhaps inadvertently not pulling up, and we'll hope to address that on redirect. Mr. Killian, if you're able to pull up the demonstrative and scroll to the aerial identifying the Gilson A1, we can continue with Ms. Stafford's line of questioning, I think.
Is it up right now? Can you see it?
Yeah,
I
we
can
can
see
see
it.
it.
Thank you. Well, could you repeat your question, please, Ms. Stafford?
Yes, I can. Are you aware that the location indicated on this demonstrative is incorrect?
Yes,
And that point is actually the Gilson 2,
I believe that is correct, yes.
and that your testimony actually described the Gilson 2A remediation, which is not a GRIP related project?
My testimony reflected the activities conducted at the Gilson A1. I noted during the presentation that that was wrong, but I figured my testimony would override the demonstrative.
Okay. Thank you for that. You can stop sharing, and I appreciate the assist there with your demonstrative. So let me just walk through this again. Would you agree that your description of the excavation of impacts in contact with groundwater and subsequent excavation and the monitoring well installation at the Gilson location was actually the Gilson A2?
Can you repeat the question again? I just want to make sure.
The description you provided in your testimony of the impacts describing contact with groundwater and the subsequent excavation, and then the monitoring well installation at that location. Would you agree that you were describing the Gilson A2 remediation?
No, not at all.
Okay. Then could you describe the work performed under the grip on the Gilson A1?
It's exactly as I testified. We installed 5 permanent 2-inch monitoring wells, 1 in the source and 4 around it, to evaluate groundwater quality associated with that remedial excavation.
Okay. I'll turn to the monthly and quarterly reporting. Is it true that you're responsible for the monthly and quarterly reports pursuant to the CPA?
Yes.
I'd like to show an exhibit that has been marked as staff exhibit 1003. Again, I do not believe this received an objection. I will share my screen. Now this is what's been marked as staff exhibit 1003. Does this look familiar to you?
Yes, my very first monthly, about 2 weeks, not even 2 weeks into the job. Yes.
I'd like to scroll down actually to one of the more recent monthly reports. And this, I believe, was one you filed for November. Do you see that?
Monthly update dated November 2022. Yes.
Okay. And since you're in charge of submitting these monthly updates, would you agree it's also a requirement under COGCC Rule 206 to submit accurate reporting?
I believe that is specified in the rules, that you also have a professional obligation to do as such.
And I'm scrolling down to this page 2 of the November report, which this was provided to KPK and Marcom close in time to when this report was filed. Does this look familiar to you, these
Yes,
notes?
I did review staff comments regarding the submittal, yes.
And so you would agree that staff disagrees with a number of the characterizations you've made related to project work here?
Based on their comments, yes.
Okay. I will stop sharing my screen. I'd like to move back to a discussion about one of the NOAV sites. I believe this is the soil spread field site that you had talked about. And that this, I'm going to share my screen again. This is what's been marked as staff exhibit 1027. I'm zooming in there. Do you recognize this document?
Could you scroll down so I could see the site name?
Sure.
Yes.
Soil spread field. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you prepare this document?
I believe I did, yes.
I'm going to scroll down to a particular section of this document. It is the reclamation planning piece. And I'll give you a second or a minute to read through that before I ask you a question.
Thank you. I'm familiar with this.
Okay. Now, did you determine the plant species that are present and draw those conclusions based on their presence?
No, that information came from a COGCC inspection.
Okay, so if that's the case, are you aware that these species as listed in the Form 27, the draft Form 27 here that you prepared and submitted are incorrectly referenced?
Based on comments I've received from staff following the return to draft on this, they highlighted that, yes.
So do you think an error like this makes it easier or harder for staff to review and approve the form?
I don't know. I'm not a biologist. I conveyed the information that was conveyed to me. And the main point we're making here is that vegetative growth is consistent, if not better than surrounding vegetative growth, and that no additional reclamation is proposed based on that observation. If we want to get down to plant identification, then I can't comment on that.
Is it within your expertise to draw that conclusion?
Based on my experience with other reclamation, vegetative growth being consistent with native vegetation growth would be consistent with my interpretations of vegetation growth, would be consistent with what I've previously done. I'm just not capable or qualified to identify plant species. I just report on plant growth.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing there. I'm going to move to your discussion relating to form returns to draft. Isn't it true that forms have not been returned to draft solely for table errors or for having duplicative attachments?
That is true.
Can you point out a site other than Schaefer where a form was returned to draft only for having duplicative attachments?
Facility 4 North was returned to draft recently because we previously submitted waste documentation.
And I'll clarify my question there, solely for duplicative attachments.
Asked and answered.
It wasn't asked, it wasn't answered, Mr. Jacobs.
Solely for duplicative attachments?
Yes.
I'm not aware of any sites.
I wanted to talk to you a little bit about a discussion you had with council related to this concept of data availability, and that is, you know, potentially a reason for submitting attachments more than once. Would you agree that quarterly work should be being conducted at all of these sites subject to the CPA?
I would agree with that, yes.
So doesn't it seem strange that you would have to recycle old work to file a new Form 27 or quarterly update?
No, because I testified before that I had to go systematically review what forms hadn't been submitted on a quarterly basis. Some of them were significantly deficient in the reporting. And by the time we submitted a form to get up to date on the reporting, there had been no additional analytical collected at that point.
Do you agree that more recent sampling should be occurring at these sites?
We conduct sampling as frequently as the forms were approved and scheduling allows.
So not quarterly.
We would only conduct quarterly ground sampling at sites where quarterly monitoring has been approved.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the communication related to some of these return to drafts. Isn't it true that either you or Mr. Meese has been either called or emailed each time one of these forms is returned to draft?
I believe we've been emailed, not called.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but at one point there was additional telephone communication occurring regarding return to drafts with Mr. Meese until he requested that stop. Are you aware of that?
Am I aware that Mr. Meese requested a stop to telephone communication?
related to return to draft communications?
I'm not aware that he made that request.
Has staff directed you not to contact them over the phone?
I don't believe so, no.
I want to speak to you briefly about an issue raised in, I believe it was your affidavit, which was marked as exhibit. Excuse me while I find my spot here. Did you previously sign an affidavit that was attached to a pleading in this matter?
I believe so, yes.
And as part of that, in the motion that the attachment or that your affidavit was attached to, this motion included a statement about staff saying it could, quote, only approve 5 forms per week. Do you recall a statement like that?
Yes, I also documented that in an email to Craig.
And is it true that this was a discussion you had between you and Ms. Graber?
Yes, I believe it was soon after the most recent October hearing.
And so for that particular motion, you submitted an affidavit that's now it is marked as Exhibit S. I apologize, KPK Exhibit S. But that characterization isn't in that affidavit, is it?
I don't have it pulled up in front of me.
Do you know how many forms 19 and 27 staff has approved on a weekly basis since the June hearing?
Are you looking for an average number? Because they vary in time. Sometimes we get a lot, sometimes we don't get any.
I'm looking for an average to your knowledge.
I did not calculate it.
Would you agree if I told you that between October 19th, 2022 and January 10th, staff approved or returned to draft 46 forms over 54 business days, meaning they basically worked on 8.5 forms per day?
I don't have any justification to disapprove that, so I would agree with that.
Okay, and then I think those are, the discussion of no further action. I just want to wrap up with this last question here. There's I think you had a discussion with council about the broad authority, staff's broad authority with respect to closing sites. But isn't it true that that no further action, as you testified, is laid out in the CPA?
It is, yes.
Have any closure requests been denied to your knowledge?
The McCallum one was denied based on the mapping error that staff identified. I thought that was an administrative mistake, and it was not. It was a separate site.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Takis. I don't believe I have any further questions.
Are you ready for redirect, or do you desire a few minutes?
I do have just a couple of questions on redirect and then commissioner questions. I do want to bring to the commission's attention, if we could pause the clock. We have a witness, Mr. Luke Jane. He's only available today. His testimony will not be lengthy, but he's testifying regarding the flow line integrity evaluation and monitoring plan work of his firm, Campo CPC. And I just want to make sure that we provide for some time for his testimony, cross, and commissioner questions. It will be brief on direct.
What do you mean by brief?
We're planning about 10 minutes.
Okay, I think we'll have time.
Very good.
Mr. Chair, if I may, for a second.
Yeah, clock stop for everybody. We're just talking.
Okay, I just wanted, I misspoke in one of my last questions. I asked about 46 forms over 54 business days. It's actually 460 forms. I did not read that correctly, so I'm sorry.
Do you feel the need to ask the witness a question regarding that?
No, I just wanted to clarify the math in there because I believe that's why he might have been confused with that statement.
Mr. Talkus, do you have anything to add given this new information?
Yes, please. Ms. Stafford, if you're, could you restate the original question so I could?
Okay, so, okay, we're back finishing up cross just to kind of keep us in the loop. Your clock is turned back on, Ms. Stafford, and go ahead and ask this additional question.
Sure, and I'll attempt to phrase it as similarly as I did before. I believe the question was, would you agree that from October 19th, 2022 to January 10th, 2023, staff approved or returned to draft 460 forms over 54 business days?
Mr. Talkus?
I can't verify that number. I suspect there's more than CPA sites in there, so I can't attest to any of those numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now we're back to Mr. Jacobs on redirect.
Thank you. Just a couple of brief questions on redirect. I believe early in her cross, Ms. Stafford asked you about requests for inspection notes from prior to the June hearing, but you didn't start till July 5, is that correct?
Yes.
So you couldn't have any knowledge of that request. Is that also correct?
Correct. I believe I testified to that. I was unaware of any requests.
Thank you. And then very briefly, she spoke of KPK Exhibit S, an affidavit that you filled out, a sworn statement that was notarized. Do you believe the information that you provided in that was accurate and true to the best of your knowledge?
Correct. I believe I attested to as much in the affidavit.
Very good. Thank you. I have no further questions on redirect.
Okay, Mr. Talkus, you are now subject to questions from commissioners. Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Totkus, for your testimony today. I want to go specifically to a couple of the sites and some of the detail you provided in your direct examination. The first one was not part of the demonstrative, but I believe you brought up some of the progress you've made on the, I want to make sure I get the name of it right, the UPRR 43 Pan Am G consolidation site. Is that correct?
Yes.
And could you summarize again what progress has been made on that site, the UPRR site?
Sure. The remedial excavation is complete. We've collected all the analytical results. We've also installed temporary groundwater monitoring wells around the excavation to evaluate groundwater quality around that excavation. Based on the data we've collected, I recently submitted a form requesting backfill of that and closure in place of remaining, I believe it's EC and SAR constituents that exceed soil suitability for reclamation. So we're proposing a reclamation plan to leave those in place. Our groundwater monitoring data right now indicates that there's no impacts to groundwater based on a release from that facility.
Okay, so the excavation is complete, trying to get backfill in, and you're seeking a variance from the soil, what's in the soil, to do the remediation or the reclamation with what's in the soil.
Correct. We're proposing to
make sure I
utilize a reclamation plan to leave
Okay.
elevated soil suitability parameters in place.
And you have filed the request for the backfill?
In two forms. That form was returned to draft. We resubmitted it. It may have been returned to draft yesterday.
Okay.
Yes, that form includes a backfill request.
Okay. And then the other one I wanted to ask about that I believe was in the demonstrative is the soil spread field, which was also briefly talked about by Ms. Stafford in her cross-examination. And it might be easier, Mr. Jacobs, if the demonstrative is pulled up on that one, or was that the one that did not have, no, that was the Jilson that did not have the, correct. It might be easier if, maybe not, but to have the demonstrative up. But could you go through a little bit of what's occurred at the soil spread field as well?
Correct. So it's sort-
Mr. Todkis, if you want to pause, I can see if Mr. Killian can bring up the demonstrative. Thank you, Cole. Yes, soil spread field. Very good.
So a brief overview of this site. KPK removed soil that was stored at this facility. I believe that soil came from the Nesu site. That soil has been disposed of, and the site subsequently regraded, and reclamation is shown in the photo there. Following the removal of that material, an investigation of surface soil quality was conducted by KPK, including background analysis and data presented to staff. There was also an initial groundwater investigation to evaluate for potential groundwater impacts associated with the storage of that soil at that site. That information was conveyed by a few form submittals prior to the CPA. And since the CPA, we've been providing additional analysis of background metals concentrations in soils to that site, trying to identify whether or not those metals were consistent with background or indicative of impacts associated with the storage of the soil at that site. There's been a few forms that have attested that the metals out there are not associated with the storage. Staff have requested a few times a more thorough evaluation of background metals evaluations out there. And I believe it was in October, I submitted a form for this, responding to those COAs and proposing a groundwater monitoring plan to address other outstanding COAs from those form submittals.
And so for you said that staff requested additional metals. Is it an inspection? Is it data? Or additional testing?
They haven't requested any testing yet. They've requested a few different iterations of statistical analytical methods to evaluate the background metals that we found and compare them to the metals in the storage area.
Okay, and was that provided?
A couple times now.
Is that what exhibit 1027 that Ms. Stafford talked about was depicting?
I don't have that in front of me. I could pull it up, but I don't know.
Because that was a form 27 that said it was returned to draft on 1/6.
If you're referring to the form, then yes, that form requested an alternative method beyond the methods that we typically use at sites. I haven't had a chance to address those COAs or evaluate I believe it was a T-test. I'm not a statistician, so I'll have to remind myself what that is. But I believe there might be some supplemental testimony from other witnesses that can elaborate on what that is and how that compares to other analytical methods that we use to evaluate background metals concentrations at this and other sites.
And so others will be able to speak to the analytical analysis.
Correct.
The data provided. Okay. And within exhibit 1027, it did talk about, it said based on the data collected, arsenic, selenium, SAR, and/or ECR elevated in the surrounding area, and no additional investigation is needed. Is that typical that if it's elevated, or is there need to be additional testing to see if it's elevated beyond even the baseline and within the site that you're looking at?
Hopefully this answers your question. My review of the data compared to the background identified those as being elevated, but consistent with the background, if I remember correctly. and I think your question is asking, is that typical to find those constituents elevated in background? And the answer is yes. Arsenic is universally elevated in soil compared to Table 915 cleanup standards. And because of that, you have to conduct a background investigation of metals to prove that your investigation data and analytical data is consistent with the background analytical data.
Okay, so, and then the other thing that I wanted to touch on with respect to that exhibit 127, or sorry, 1027, is that it is the Form 27 proposes additional soil samples and groundwater sampling to be done. Is that correct?
Correct. COAs for that previous form submittals required that the vertical extent of metals in soils be evaluated in addition to a supplemental groundwater investigation to evaluate for potential impacts to groundwater associated with the storage of that material.
And so that's separate from the analytical data that was provided with the Form 27 that was provided.
Correct. That would be supplemental to the data that was submitted.
Okay. And then I think the final question is if you could just describe, because it seemed like there was a little bit of back and forth on the reclamation with respect to the soil spread field there. Could you describe a little bit about the conversations you had with COGCC staff to talk about the remediation that would be done there and whether it was adequate for what needed to be done or what you understood if it was adequate?
My most recent communication with staff was regarding the discovery of some evidence of illegal dumping of hydrocarbon material stored at that site. We reported that to staff just to make sure that they were aware and KPK removed that material. But right now I'm not proposing any additional remediation, so I haven't discussed that with staff.
Any additional remediation or any additional reclamation?
Either.
Despite the fact that additional soil sampling needs to be done and additional groundwater testing.
Correct. We don't have any evidence right now that the metals that were identified are above background or extend vertically to the groundwater surface. So we want to, that was the intent of responding to the COA, was to collect that data to evaluate those items.
Okay. And you don't anticipate any additional reclamation being done at the site?
Based on the data we have right now, no.
Okay. And did staff agree with that assessment?
I'm trying to remember the COAs in the most recent return to draft. I don't think they commented on the plan for reclamation. I believe the comments were regarding the vegetative comments that Ms. Stafford brought up in her cross-examination.
And I guess one final question for the analysis that was done in the surrounding area to determine the background levels of the metals in the ground. Was that done by Marcom or was that done by KPK?
That was done by KPK prior to the implementation of the CPA.
Okay, and was that overseen by staff or anyone else? Or was that just?
I believe so, yes. I believe all of those sampling activities, the work plans were approved by staff, and I do believe staff were present for sampling.
Okay. Okay, that's the only questions I have for now. Thank you.
Other commissioners with questions? Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions here. Thank you for your testimony this afternoon. I did have a couple of questions just to try to better understand some of your testimony. I think my first question is, you had initially talked about your experience level and the fact that you have previous experience dealing with portfolios of KPK size in North Dakota. Is that what was the size of the portfolios? I think you said it was 90 something sites associated with some of the things? And was that multiple operators that you were working with for those 93 sites in North Dakota? And I may have not gotten 93 right, but I thought that you said it was similar to the 93 sites that you maybe had in this particular portfolio.
The portfolio we were working with was with a client who had extensive and historic operations in North Dakota and the Bakken up there. I believe there were anywhere between 75 and 85 sites in that portfolio, and changed based on closures and unopens and new spills, but averaging, I think, between 75 and 80 to 85 sites.
And it was an individual operator?
Yes.
Single operator, I mean?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. In your opinion, as a professional and as an expert in your expert testimony, what do you believe the intent of the CPA is?
My belief, the intent of the CPA is to provide KPK with a path to demonstrating compliance with COGCC rules and regulations as it pertains to their remedial activities, their spill response, their waste management, and their pipeline integrity management.
Okay. And is it just providing a path, or is it compliance with the CPA that intent would create?
Could you provide a little bit? I just want to make sure I answer that question.
Well, I mean,
properly.
what I heard you say was the CPA was designed to provide a path for compliance with COGCC rules. Is it only to provide a path, or in order to be able to comply with the CPA, does there need to be an intent to meet the obligations associated with the CPA?
I think the CPA provides that you have to meet the obligations of the CPA, and by doing so, that you will demonstrate compliance with the rules and regulations. So hopefully that answers your question.
No, that's good. Thank you. Understanding that you've got maybe 6 months experience in Colorado here, and me personally not knowing different regulatory regimes of other states that you may have worked in, what's your opinion as a professional of the purpose and intent of the forms that we utilize here?
I believe the intent of a form is to provide, it's like OPSs, they have their monitoring and remediation reports. It's a standardized format by which to convey spill reporting, remedial progress, remedial plans, site investigation plans, and overall the method by which to convey information to staff so that they can make informed decisions regarding plan approvals or provide comments on your plans.
So it's fair to say that the form submittals are an important method of communication between staff and an operator.
I would agree with that. And like I said in my testimony, I identified that early, and we've dedicated a lot of resources to making sure that that information is put in forms and conveyed to staff so that they know the progress that we're making, and they can see that on the ground.
Okay, thanks for that. And so this is, I'm not trying to insinuate anything here, so I just wanted to make sure I understood what you were saying, but I think there was some, insinuation that I thought I heard from you indicating that when you came into the role with Marcom and then came into the role of working with KPK, and were handed the portfolio from Ms. Gaulis, that there was some problems with that portfolio that was handed to you that maybe caused some compliance issues prior to your arrival. Is that what you were insinuating? Or it was a little gray for me, so I wonder if you could clarify that.
No, I didn't mean to insinuate problems. I I just know from listening to staff comments during a few site meetings that I had with staff, listening to comments from the staff presentations, listening to the comments from KPK, that the previous prioritization of field work and remedial implementations wasn't enough to show the substantial compliance with the CPA. There had to be the form submittals and a much more holistic approach to, making sure that the waste plans and the other reporting plans were being implemented and that we could document it. So that was my approach and continues to be my approach, that, if we follow the CPA and submit the required forms and do the work and keep showing progress and conveying that progress to staff, that the showing the significant compliance with all the rules and all the 13 requirements in section 4 of the CPA are easy. And I think it's easy to come to me and tell you that that's where we're at.
Okay, thank you for that. And so last question, because I'm struggling with this one a little bit. So there was a demonstrative that was, or perhaps it was an exhibit that was provided by staff around a tracking pad. And so I want to talk just a little bit about that, because in your professional opinion, I mean, what is the reason for a tracking pad? Why have tracking pads at the end of sites going on to county roads or state roads?
Well, based on my stormwater experience, tracking pads are designed to prevent excess erosion of tracked off material into adjacent or receiving waterway. But when, as it pertains to COGCC operations, you would also want to have that to make sure that you're limiting the potentially tracking off impacted material. So
does it matter if it's dry or if it's wet, whether or not you're moving material off site? If you're moving material off site over a tracking pad onto a road, you're potentially causing an impact, right?
Based on my experience with the stormwater plans, I think it does matter if it's wet, particularly because runoff, wet material, water in a road, as long as it's not impacted, is just that. It's effectively stormwater runoff.
But how do you know if it's impacted or not if you're coming off of a potentially impacted site over a tracking pad that's not taking care of the situation and bringing it out onto a road? Because I'm looking at the picture and, we can agree to disagree. I see mud all over that road. So it's not just water, there's mud all over that road. And I acknowledge that there's snow on the ground and it looked like the site was probably muddy, but in my experience, that's why you have a tracking pad. And so I guess I'm a little confused as to some of your testimony around the need for tracking pads and what it's trying to accomplish. And that, at least what I thought I heard, that maybe it only needed to work when the conditions were dry.
No, those are great clarifying questions. Hopefully what's come through in my testimony, Commissioner, is that, we've inspected that site, we've sampled it, we've conducted quite a bit of remedial action. And based on that, we're confident that the material, wet, dry, whatever it might be, that could potentially get tracked off that site, is free of contamination. And now we're really looking at the best management practices, either for stormwater management or runoff erosion and sediment control that are consistent with the waste management plans that we prepared.
Okay, well, thank you for the answer. I can tell you as a previous county commissioner and working with Public Works, that would be inappropriate, even if it was non-contaminated material, if that was a county road. But nonetheless, I think we'll leave it at that for right now. Appreciate your answers to my questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Ackerman.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. And thank you, Mr. Tufkus, for your testimony. I appreciate the length of time that you've testified to us. It's been very helpful. I do have just one question for you, and it's just, I think, just a clarifying question. I've heard some testimony today that forms have been returned. Obviously, we're talking about a lot of forms here. That some forms have been returned, and one of the reasons it was held up was for duplicative information or too much information. And then I think I heard some testimony later that there hadn't been any forms returned solely for duplicative information. And so I wanted to clarify from your perspective, I think the insinuation of saying duplicative information is that forms are being returned for non-substantive or reasons that you or KPK might consider to be trivial. And I just wanted to get your clarification on that. Do you believe that there have been forms that have been returned for trivial or non-substantive matters solely, or do you feel like forms that have been returned have had corrections that were substantive and needed to be made entirely?
That's a good question. A little bit of both, to be honest with you. I'll fully admit, staff have caught, we'll miss an analytical table or a figure that, needs to be, that we reference in it. So there are instances where we miss stuff. In terms of the forms being returned only for, duplicative comments, no, that's not always the case. Sometimes there's other comments where they request more thorough QA/QC or just QA/QC it while you've got it in draft. So that those type of comments aren't bad. But we have seen instances where they do specifically cite that an attachment, an appropriate attachment was included, and they cite it as not being included and cite that as a reason for return to draft. So yeah, just to clarify, it's both. We recognize that we're submitting a lot of information to staff, and it's sometimes easy for them to miss an attachment. There's just a lot of data to convey, a lot of analytical figures, whatever it might be that we're trying to convey to the staff.
Thank you, Mr. Tuckus. I appreciate that. And just you can correct me if you feel like my interpretation is wrong, but the way that I'm interpreting this discussion is that there are certainly non-substantive things noted on some forms that are returned by staff, but that those forms are not returned solely for non-substantive matters, but rather some of those non-substantive matters are included in the returned forms just as notes for future progress and future learning, but not being returned solely for that reason. I just want to state that that's how I'm interpreting the preponderance here. So
I would appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
Further questions from commissioners? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one follow-up question based on Commissioner Messner's questioning there. One of the things you described about when you took over the portfolio was having a more holistic approach beyond just the submission of forms. And can you just provide a little bit more detail by what you mean with the more holistic approach?
Sure. Again, the renewed focus on forms, and getting that information conveyed was one of the, I felt like one of the critical pieces that was missing based on Ms. Gallus's testimony and the comments that I had reviewed. So I wanted to make sure that we were looking at that. Going back to the record keeping portion, what are we supposed to be, what record should we be keeping? Where is it being saved? Clarifying all that. Now that we've got those systems in place, the data transmission, particularly through figures and tables, analytical tables, staff asked for improvements to the tables, including GPS data and replacement of non-detect values of laboratory reporting information. We've been able to make the upgrades to our systems and data record keeping systems to accommodate those COAs. Attending the training, and making sure that our staff are trained in addition to KPK staff. And there was also a safety component, I think that Craig mentioned in his testimony, just kind of stopping back and making sure everybody's aware, we're doing stuff safely, we're evaluating excavations before people go in, things like that. Trying to look at it not just from not just from a CPA compliance standpoint, but as a good provider of environmental services and good communicator of data to regulatory agencies.
Thank you.
Further questions? Just one sort of general question, Mr. Talkus. You were asked on both direct and in cross about the fact that, you know, there's 58 sites, 3 have been closed. You testified that 9 might be close, right? And so can you just kind of generally explain to the commission, so if it's 3, that's approximately 5% have been closed. If we add in the 9 and give you credit for that, that's approximately 20%. What's generally the rationale behind why you were not able to sort of testify as to the remaining 46 that they're not close to being closed, or that, you know, there are circumstances, you know, I know you talked about, you know, different circumstances, but you didn't really go into a whole lot of detail as to the others. And I know part of that's because there's time limits for council, et cetera. So I'm asking kind of an open-ended question that is on my time, not your council's time, to allow you to provide whatever additional detail you would like to, you know, provide information to the commission as to the other 46.
That's a great question, Chair. You know, one of the things that might help shed some light on Mr. Cross's question was I went through the other sites and tracked the sites, one by the risk ranking stuff, but also ranked them by what they need and what is their path to closure. So I think to answer your question regarding the other sites, the path to closure on a lot of them is dependent on where they are. You know, some of them are outstanding, you know, P&A projects that KPK just needs to do. You know, there's a few vessels that they said they would remove because they're out of service and need to be removed. So those I think represent 9 of those sites. So we just really need to implement the P&A work. Some of the other sites are they may still need additional remedial action. The Causlet A9 site is a great example. You know, been working through access issues with adjacent pipeline operators and how to safely do the additional work out there. But they do need some additional remediation work. So there's, I think by my count, maybe another 7 or 8 sites like that where we do need to do additional remediation work. The other sites, you know, a big bulk of them are going to be the excavations. We need to analyze all the analytical data and come up with a recommendation either for additional sampling or how to backfill them, whether that's a clean backfill or a reclamation plan. And several of them, many of them will have the associated groundwater monitoring portion of them. So I think just identifying, I'll refer, I didn't provide it as documentation or in the pre-hearing statements as an exhibit or anything, but I do have a tracking sheet that identifies what's the path to closure on these sites. So just implementing the path, you know, implementing the scopes of work to move these sites along that path are the plan for the remaining sites.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I thought I didn't have a question, but I think I have a couple just around communications. And do you feel like you have clarity from COGCC staff what the expectation is, how to communicate, what to communicate, and what forms you need to use to communicate?
I would say we have clarity on that forms are the primary method of communication. So that's how staff would like us to communicate with them.
So it seems to me that we still have a lot of forms that are getting returned for various reasons. And so I'm wondering why you think that is, why KPK's perhaps still not meeting expectations when they fill out information in the forms.
That might be three overriding items there. One, I think, might be some ambiguity. Soil spread field might be a good example of how we're looking at background metals concentrations and whether or not the soils samples that we're collecting from these sites are consistent with background or not. If we could document that a little bit better, that might help. The second one, I think that might be bigger, just disagreements on the scopes, whether or not we need to excavate more, or we have all these hurdles, let's go do the site investigation. So maybe some technical disagreements on the overarching approach on these sites. And third, maybe just there's been a lot of data collected and a lot of work conducted at a lot of these sites that we're getting incorporated into our reports, and that's why. And then there's also been old COAs, I think, that have been attached to some of these old documents. Do staff feel that we've properly addressed those COAs? Do they feel like these sites are assessed and fully remediated based on the data that we're providing them? So just making sure that we're getting the information over to them to assure them that those COAs have been addressed, that the sample analytical data can be trusted on, that the work we're conducting can be trusted, and that they can rely safely on the recommendations that we're providing. So once we can get, I think, maybe through that, I don't know, maybe trust issue, that might help.
Thank you. Do you feel that you have clear direction on what processes exist if there's a difference of opinion between staff and the operator on how to proceed via testing, or how I figure out background, or whether or not this project is closed, et cetera? Like how are you all addressing these kinds of what I'm going to call maybe a disagreement or a pinch point?
If you're asking, your first question is there any sort of clarity on the best way? Unfortunately, I don't feel that way. I do try to defer questions to Craig so that he can be the point of contact, and that he's in the know, and that he's serving as the point of contact in his position as the senior executive director of EHS. I do occasionally reach out to Nikki or staff if we do have some site-specific questions. But again, with the requirements for more than one staff being present during any of our communications, it kind of limits our ability to have kind of impromptu conversations. So I sometimes email Nikki if I need to, but again, I'm taking the directive that work plans and specifications need to be conveyed via form submittals, and I'm trying to use that as our primary communication tool.
Okay, I appreciate that. I guess another thing that I've been thinking about is kind of this discussion back and forth about the timeliness of when forms are going back and forth between the two. And for what reasons, but in general, are your forms getting returned within 30 days?
Reviewed or returned or?
Either. I mean, we have to review or give you some sort of feedback within 30 days. I was reading in some of the exhibits or the testimony that there was a feeling that the forms were not getting returned in 30 days, but based on some statistics that Ms. Stafford provided, it sounds to me like staff is churning them pretty quickly.
I don't agree with her assessment of that. I only have one example of a site of a form that was returned less than 30 days. And that form was reviewed by another staff member or part-time staff member. I'm not really quite sure if he's, I don't know. But there's only one, I only have one example of a form that has been returned, either approved or returned to draft. And I do mean Form 27s. So I want to clarify
Okay.
that I'm referring to Form 27s in terms of the 30-day review. There are Form 19s and other forms that are returned much more quickly. But even some of our, no, they're returned more quickly. So yeah, that my comments are all based on the Form 27 reviews times that I've evaluated.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? All right, I'm not seeing further questions. Mr. Jacobs, did you want to ask the witness any final questions based upon commissioner questions?
No, Mr. Chair, no further questions for this witness.
Okay, Mr. Talkus, you are released. Mr. Jacobs, let's, I think what we'll try to do is at least get through that other witness that can't go to tomorrow. So let's go ahead and let's take 5 and get him prepped and up and ready. And then we'll return at 4:31.
If I may, just ask Ms. Larson or her staff to elevate Mr. Satterley. He'll be conducting the direct exam of Mr. Jane.
Very good. Tomorrow, can we get time check for counsel of both sides?
Yes, give me one moment, Mr. Chair. So remaining for KPK is 2 hours, 28 minutes, and 40 seconds. Remaining for staff is 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 11 seconds.
Okay, great. All right, so KPK is now recognized for its witness, Luke Jane. Mr. Satterley, good to see you with us this afternoon. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. Good afternoon, or I guess rather good evening, Dr. Jane, who is joining us from Mexico City today. We greatly appreciate you stepping away from your business trip for this testimony. Let's start by stating your name for the record and your current employment position. And I guess first you're going to have to take yourself off mute.
Yeah, that would probably help this go easier. My name is Luke Jane. I'm currently the Integrity Service Director at Campos EPC.
Can you please tell us what post-secondary degrees you hold?
Yeah, so I have a Bachelor's of Science in Metallurgical Materials Engineering, and then I have a Master's and PhD in Material Science.
What was the focus of your doctoral research?
So we researched corrosion and cracking or stress corrosion cracking problems affecting transportation fuel pipelines.
And what work experience did you have prior to joining Campos?
Prior to Campos, I worked a variety of all integrity management, variety of assets, production, so upstream, onshore, offshore, midstream, downstream refining, chemicals, and a variety of regions, onshore US, Gulf of Mexico, and then some other regions around the world, including Latin America, Americas in general, Africa, and the Middle East in particular.
And generally, what is the focus of what is your current expertise at Campos?
So I provide a technical lead for aspects pertaining to materials, metallurgy, corrosion inspection, the sort of technical components that that fall within integrity management and including integrity management systems as well.
Thanks.
For pressure equipment. So
Thanks, Dr. Jane. Now turning to the substance of your testimony today, can you tell us why Compost was engaged by KPK in January of 2022?
yeah, so we were engaged to develop 2 deliverables: the flow line integrity management evaluation and then the flow line integrity management plan.
Thanks. Now, at a high level, what do you understand to be the primary components of Section 4.9 of the CPA?
So those 2 kind of main deliverables: the evaluation of the plan, the evaluation being intended to be a sort of systematic evaluation of their system, of various relevant information and data to evaluate the context and situation with those lines in order to provide a basis to then develop a suitable integrity management plan to manage the integrity of those lines, the mechanical integrity of those lines.
Thanks. Can you summarize or at least go in a little bit more detail what the primary components of the flow line integrity evaluation are? Or sorry, the flow line integrity plan, please.
Sure. So the flow line integrity plan is essentially a set of guidelines and requirements reflecting industry best practice and within the framework of the COGCC regulatory structure, intended to promote safe and reliable information through the avoidance of loss of containment. The scope of which being the multi-phase oil, water, and gas flow lines in the spindle field.
Okay, so in addition to the actual plan itself, what are some of the other exercises and companion documents comprising this effort?
So we had several associated supporting components. There was updating that was done to the flow line mapping. We developed a field asset specific risk algorithm to facilitate kind of risk calculation. And then we had several supporting manuals, one being a threat monitoring mitigation manual, with its objective being kind of there in the title, a repair manual, flow line repair manual, again, as it's called, some reporting forms, and then a polyethylene, high density polyethylene, HDPE, design and construction manual, again, with the objective being kind of as per its title.
Thanks, Dr. Jane. So we don't really have time or the luxury of time to get into the weeds with these documents, but perhaps you could briefly describe this risk-based approach and how that concept is central to the flow line integrity management principles incorporated into the plan.
Sure. So a risk-based integrity management plan, I guess first I could say it's a risk-based approach to integrity management is, you'll find that to be common in the approach, common approaches for integrity management across many asset classes of pressure equipment, ASME pressure equipment for oil and gas. So whether it be plants, production, transmission, distribution, gas systems, and the philosophy of a risk-based approach is that you consider risk as its 2 components. First, likelihood. So you can think of likelihood like a probability toward sort of a term of an event, in this case, an integrity management failure. And then consequences is the magnitude of the effect of that event. So then you review and try to, in some way, sometimes qualitatively, sometimes semi-quantitatively, sometimes quantitatively, assign likelihoods and consequence to assets. In doing so, you're able to develop a spectrum of risk, generally, oftentimes relative risk, across a set of assets, and then that informs how you can take the resources you have and best apply those to generate the greatest amount of risk reduction possible for your allocation of resources.
Thanks, Dr. Jane. Now at this point, my colleague, Mr. Killian, is going to pull up some highlighted language from section 4.9 of the CPA, which is exhibit QQQ. Cole, could you please bring that up? Dr. Jane, can you see the text on the screen?
Mm-hmm.
Does this part of the CPA look familiar to you?
Yeah.
Okay, next, could you please read the first part of the highlighted text we are pulling up? It's on the next page, which also comes from section 4.9 of the CPA. Could you read that first part right there?
As long as KPK submits the integrity evaluation by April 1st, 2022, KPK will be deemed to have complied with this requirement.
Great. Now, can you read the highlighted text in the third sentence of that paragraph?
If the integrity evaluation is not initially approved, KPK shall be afforded 60 days to address comments.
All of it, please.
Keep going.
Mhm.
And resubmit an amended evaluation without further sanction, penalty, or consequence under the plan.
And was the integrity evaluation submitted on or before April 1st of last year?
Yes, my recollection was it was submitted on April 1st.
Did staff provide comments on the evaluation that was submitted?
Yes, they did, I believe, in June of 2022.
And in your opinion, do you think staff's comments were adequately addressed in the amended evaluation that was submitted on August 1st of last year, which is 60 days following receipt of the staff's June 2nd comments?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And did staff approve this amended integrity evaluation?
Yes, my understanding is that they approved that in October of 2022.
Thanks. Now turning to the integrity plan, can you please read all of the highlighted text at the top of the screen that we are pulling up? Again, from section 4.9 of the CPA.
If the integrity plan is not approved, KPK shall be afforded 60 days to address comments. And then the second part there, and resubmit an amended integrity plan without further sanction, penalty, or consequence under this plan.
Did staff have comments on the integrity plan that was timely submitted on November 7th of 2022?
Yeah, I believe they provided us comments about a week later.
And in your professional opinion, Dr. Jane, were staff's comments adequately addressed in the amended plan that was submitted just recently on January 11th, a few days in advance of its due date?
Yes, I believe so. And basing that on that, we had several, well, let me say we had multiple discussions with them as to their comments. We took their comments and aligned with them a sort of specific identified items, and then we aligned with them as to specific actions we were taking to add revisions to the plan, and then submitted subsequently as such.
Thanks. Now, finally, can you please read the highlighted text from the last sentence of section 4.9 of the CPA, which we have on the screen now?
Upon timely completion of all the requirements set forth in paragraph 4.9A through D, the commission will vacate $200,000 of the penalty amount.
So while recognizing that staff is still completing its review of the amended plan, do you believe that KPK has now timely completed all of the requirements set forth in section 4.9 of the CPA?
Yeah, that's my understanding at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Jane. I have just a few remaining questions. First, do you believe that substantial resources, time, and effort went into the development of the integrity evaluation and plan by both KPK and Compost?
Yeah, we spent a substantial amount of time on that. We had several integrity services professionals engaged in this activity over the duration of our engagement. I believe over 1,000 hours in aggregate were dedicated to this activity working with KPK.
It's quite a lot of time. So as part of this effort, you've had to coordinate with and obtain lots of information from KPK. How's that process gone?
We had very close communication with KPK throughout the duration of our work. In particular, Jeffrey Kaufman and Craig communicated to, at sometimes on a weekly basis, lots of information sharing and discussion as to the specifics of their company operation, creating suitable procedures aligned with their particular context, et cetera.
And one last question here. Do you feel that KPK's development and implementation of the flowline integrity plan, once approved by staff, will result in an improved flowline integrity management program for KPK and in turn potentially less spills and leaks associated with its flow lines?
Objection, council's testifying.
I think I just asked the question if he believes.
It's okay. Go ahead and answer the question, Dr. Jane, if you can.
Yeah, I believe so, and that's based on that the plan reflects industry best practice that's been developed, implemented, validated over many decades and years as to how to reduce the frequency and magnitude of leaks, and that's what we've put together, and that's my understanding of what is being implemented. So yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Jane, for your testimony. I have no further questions on direct.
All right, Ms. Stafford, you have an opportunity for cross-examination.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. Good afternoon, Mr. Jane. Sorry, I was trying to locate you on my screen.
I'm over here.
I just have a quick question, I think, and it should be fairly brief. So based on your testimony here today, you would agree that these evaluations and plans have been through multiple drafts over many months?
I think it might be on my end. Not sure. There's a little bit of cutout in the end of that question, so apologies.
No, the question was just, would you agree that these evaluations and plans have been through multiple drafts over many months?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you the exact duration, but there was several month duration, multiple month duration, let's say, for the production of these documents. And typical fashion is that there are a series of revisions, generally internally, and then as you present those deliverables to the operator who implements them.
And so you would agree that staff could not approve the initial evaluation or the initial plan as submitted?
We submitted the plan to staff initially. They provided us comments. We revised the plan and then resubmitted it to staff or to.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any redirect, Mr. Satterley?
I have no redirect, so I think we can open this to commissioner questions.
All right, Dr. Jane, commissioners now have an opportunity to ask you questions. So stick around for a sec. Let me see if any commissioner has questions. Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for your testimony today. And I'm not the technical person on the commission, and I sit in the public health seat. So I'm wondering if you could explain a little bit about this risk-based management system and what your plan or what you found about KPK's infrastructure.
So, sorry, could you maybe
So
the relationship, the application of the risk-based plan to their particular
I
assets?
sorry, I think part of maybe the struggle to stay in compliance is some aging infrastructure. And I'm wondering, based on the plan that you put together and the risk assessment, what that portfolio looks like.
Sure. Okay. So, so when you evaluate risk, you usually you would apply that risk to specific ways in which equipment could fail. So the industry vernacular for a particular way something could fail, you might talk about like a threat or a degradation mode. So different material types, lines with different process chemistries inside of them or environments outside of them would lead to you identifying certain threats. Some of them are time-based, so a time-based threat may develop over time. So corrosion would be a time-based threat. It slowly happens over time. An instantaneous threat might be excavation damage. So then you would evaluate that threat. You would risk rank it in accordance with its likelihood and its consequence. So a time-based threat may have an age component to it. A time-independent threat wouldn't have a time, sort of parameter to it. But that would that would be the process by which you would assign derived risk for a particular threat, as we would call it.
So are you familiar with what the commission is trying to address here and the locations that have had some outstanding violations? And do you have an opinion about its relationship to the risk of its infrastructure?
I'm not sure. Could you repeat that question?
So I'm wondering if you're familiar with, I mean, you're testifying on this global plan that you put together for KPK, and it was done timely. And I'm wondering, as part of that plan, you've assessed these locations that we're struggling with that have these violations attached to them, and what your assessment of these locations is and their risk.
Yeah. Okay. So perhaps when you say violations, are you referring to like a health and safety impact or environmental impact?
Yes to all.
Okay, so an environmental impact or a health and safety impact, actual or potential, would be considered on the consequence side of the risk product. So risk being that product of likelihood and consequence, the anticipated impact to the environment, to health and safety, would be you would account for that. Again, there's different ways to do it: quantitatively, semi-quantitatively, qualitatively. You would consider that in that component of it.
Right. So how did the sites that we're looking at rate from a likelihood and consequence matrix?
So I'm not specifically aware of the location of the sites you're referring to. We took into account it's a fairly complex set of criteria that had to do with proximity to habitable structures, things like schools, waters of the state, a lot of different proximity and mapping features in order to assess the consequence of lines, in addition to some things like pressure and some things that might impact the magnitude of spill.
So as part of your risk assessment, did you also look at the age of infrastructure, when it was last updated, when the number of times that equipment has broken down, or is that not part of your assessment?
So that would fall on the so with it, that would fall on the likelihood side of the risk product. So if you have a material that's degrading over time, that would increase, and you have a time-based degradation mechanism, it would increase the likelihood of failure for that. So, you know, we incorporate, you know, the information we have regarding both those sides, but the factors that inform both those sides of the equation in order to develop a risk scoring.
Okay.
So
I get it. You're looking at it from a high level, not on the sites that we're kind of considering here. Would you agree just creating a plan and having an approved plan isn't going to help a company stay in compliance or be a compliant operator?
Well, if the plan, I mean, so compliance, you know, when we talk about compliance, there's a set of rules by a regulatory agency that prescribes things you must do. The plan we develop to be in line with those requirements. So there's requirements in the plan as well that are in line with the applicable regulatory structure. So it should support and promote and also help give definition to how compliance will be achieved as per, you know, now they're adopting this plan as company policy.
But would you agree just adopting the plan isn't going to reduce risk? They would have to actually implement your plan.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I guess, yeah, I guess by adoption and implementation, I was kind of considering those maybe somewhat similar, but yeah, I think implementation is the proper term that I'm presuming implementation.
Great, thank you very much.
Other commissioners with questions? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Jane, for your testimony today, especially being remote and on a work trip. I just wanted to quickly ask a little bit about the background and some of your experience. You talked about working in different areas with integrity and across the world, really. In what you've done, have you worked on something similar to what's at issue here? And by that, I mean, have you worked on helping a company with a regulatory compliance plan?
I heard regulatory, you say compliance plan?
Correct.
Yes. We've worked with a number of operators. Yeah, we work on a lot of different, well, on regulatory compliance with respect to pipeline safety and integrity, yes. This particular CPA sort of structure is unique, but in terms of general regulatory compliance, dealing with hazardous, you know, facility orders with special requirements that require, you know, there's additional regulatory engagement. There's special conditions that need to be met in order for like a hazardous facility order to be lifted or something like that. I've worked through things like that before. If that's answering your question.
It does, and I'd like to just kind of probe that a little bit more. So when you say it's unique, kind of having the additional discussions, but you have done things where it's been getting something kind of up to it. Is usually what you're doing the development of the plans as you did here, or is usually what you're doing kind of the on-site, making sure that the integrity, that the appropriate materials are being put in, that kind of stuff?
So I hope this answers it. If it doesn't, you know, I'll try again. I would say there's kind of two components that we've been involved with. One is development of a plan like this. And then sometimes we're engaged to execute work activities. So it can be either or both.
Okay, and with respect to the uniqueness, is it usually something that's done as part of an overall company plan, as part of their day-to-day EHS and operational bases, or are you usually brought in because there has been some sort of violation, there has been some sort of issue in the past, and it's getting back?
Both situations been involved with. Yeah.
And in terms of, I think one of the things that you testified to, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you also testified as to what you think the intent of the CPA is. Is that just your belief? Is that something that you talked over with the client? Is that a company belief? Could you expound on that a little bit?
Well, I guess it's my best understanding, based on review of, so the basis for that understanding, and I could really, it's my understanding, is reviewing the applicable sections of the CPA, discussions with KPK, discussions with their counsel, and I've had a few discussions with staff representatives as to what their understanding desires are to achieve through these deliverables.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one quick question. I think I just heard you say that, as you were looking at evaluating the plan, you were looking at the different elements of the CPA to determine what needs to be involved in the plan. Do you feel like you could have submitted anything and met the obligations of the plan? I mean, do you feel like this is an academic checkbox activity? Or do you think that there actually had to be substance associated with the plan?
I thought it was very, my recollection is that it was quite specific in some respects. But it also, I would say, covered things like monitoring mitigation that are, quite typically applied, I guess. So there was some combination of specificity and some characteristics that I would say are fairly, ubiquitously observed.
And so, in your opinion, in order to be compliant with the CPA as far as developing the plan, there would have to be some level of communication between yourself and staff in order to fully understand what needed to be incorporated within that plan. Is that true?
Yeah, my recollection is that the engagement with staff were positive, and by staff, I hope it's the right people.
COGCC staff I'm talking about.
Yeah, I felt that the discussions did aid in our elucidation of, at least, from their perspective, what the plan is intended, what it was asking for.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? All right, I'm seeing no further questions. Mr. Satterley, did any questions from commissioners inform you that you would like to ask your witness any further question?
Not necessarily further questions, but if I could, I'd just like to provide a little bit of clarity with regard to some of Commissioner McGowan and Commissioner Cross's questions, to the extent it might be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I don't need testimony from the lawyer, but if you're providing clarity that does not fall within the lines of testimony,
sure,
that could be acceptable.
It's just a little clarity, and Dr. Jane can confirm this too, but I think it's important to understand that Dr. Jane and his team, I mean, they were really focused on the spindle field flow line system as a whole and its forward-looking aspects as opposed to focused on individual flow line failure events or the NOAVs at issue in the CPA, or looking at it retroactively in terms of what occurred in the past versus how can they better ensure improved flow line integrity management practices in the future.
I would like to register an objection on behalf of staff here. I don't believe anybody actually testified to that except for Mr. Satterley right now.
Mr. Satterley, can you ask your witness a question along those lines?
Sure. Dr. Jane, was this flow line plan, in this flow line plan and per the requirements of the CPA, did your team focus on evaluation of allegations and individual NOAVs or spill and release events?
Sorry, what,
I think that answer pretty much answers it. NOAV is in a notice of alleged violation.
Yeah, we focused on the portfolio of assets. We looked at them holistically, but we also developed a line-specific risk assessment process for them and a suite of mitigation and monitoring actions that could be applied to individual lines of each type in association with each potential threat, integrity threat.
Thank you, Dr. Jane. I do have just one more question, if that's all right, Chair Robbins, for my witness. So I just, to the extent there's an implication that this was just a box checking exercise, can you remind us of how many hours campus spent on this project over the past year?
Over 1,000 total.
Thank you.
Yeah, combined.
Okay, any further questions, commissioners? All right, we will allow Dr. Jane to be released. Thank you for making time out of your day. I understand you traveled and we do appreciate that. So thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, let's start with Hearings Manager Larson, time check update.
Mr. Chair, just give me one moment. I need to add in the time that we just expended. So if you give me about 20 seconds, I'll have that for you.
And if I may, in the interim, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I was going to call on you next, Mr. Jacobs.
I realize it's just after the 5 o'clock hour. We do have our witness, Marcella Medor, president and founder of Marcom LLC, standing by to testify. It would be better for her, although she can be available tomorrow. If we can go a little longer, her testimony will be equally brief as Dr. Jane's, perhaps even more brief. Ms. Pritchard will be examining Ms. Medor.
All right. What is the, after Ms. Medor, what is the remaining witness look like in terms of time on direct?
Okay. After Ms. Medor, we also have a short time duration of direct exam witness, Greg Weiss, our forensic accountant expert.
And that's it?
That would be, again, another 10 to 15 minutes on direct for Mr. Weiss.
But would that then conclude the case in chief?
No, we have several more witnesses.
That's what I thought. I'm trying to get a sense of overall time.
The overall time, we have 5 more witnesses. Ms. Medor, Mr. Weiss, Mr. Hines, Mr. Price, and Dr. Considine.
Okay. Ms. Larson, do we have a sense of the time? Were you able to calculate that?
Yes, Mr. Chair. KPK has, sorry, get back to my screen. 2 hours, 13 minutes and 11 seconds remaining. Staff has 2 hours, 53 minutes and 46 seconds remaining.
Okay, commissioners, I understand that there's potential for one more witness. I had planned on concluding today's testimony. It has been a long day for all of us, and we also are starting at 9 in the morning, not at 10, so that we can accommodate the fact that we've got another full day ahead of us. Mr. Jacobs, if there's any way that Ms. Medora could see fit to be able to be here first thing tomorrow morning, that would be my preference. I'm seeing some other commissioners nodding their heads up and down. I think you want fresh commissioners listening to your witnesses as well. So there's some self-interest there. Would that be acceptable?
Yes, I believe that's acceptable, and I just wanted to make the request, but I understand your rationale and I appreciate it.
Okay. Anything further from you procedurally at this point, Mr. Jacobs?
Not at the moment. With a little rest and overnight, I might have something to raise at the beginning of the day tomorrow.
I'm sure you will, as will Ms. Stafford. And so, Ms. Stafford, do you have anything further this evening procedurally or otherwise?
I do not.
Okay. All right, then we would look for a motion to continue this matter until 9 a.m. tomorrow, January 26th.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, I want to thank staff and Mr. Jacobs for the work today. Appreciate the professionalism. We will see everybody tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Thank you.